These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at Anthill.
Do a lot, sketching,
Science a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
schedules.
Charts, emails.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Oh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really.
Being part of Labo8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Lab08's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Lab08 is something I can easily describe with 2 words: pure joy.
Join Lab08. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripe forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We've removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Is an entertainment product ever built before? The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment. Interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million upvotes, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling, audio blockbusters, series, documentaries, and more. It's not another podcast, but an audio app unlike any other app. It's FIO. You think that there is one more thing. We are ready to put a smile on people's faces with comedy they love. With Smile, our new app, you can access the humor you love fast and easy. With a unique content discovery interface that allows you to switch seamlessly between short and long-form content. Finally, we'll bring together what belongs together. Users who love to see exclusive comedy content and talented artists on the rise. We are more innovative, more uncompromising, more creative than ever before. We're always driven by our obsession to create unseen entertainment experiences for our audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is entertainment thinking.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Oh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us.
It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like, everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Кажете само, сега чувате ли ме? Ало? Чувате ме, така ли? Супер, добре. Окей. Еми, когато кажете. Добре. Предполагаме, чувате. Добре. Okay. Затварям стрима, за да няма микрофония. I'll proceed in English. So first of all, thanks all for watching this. My name is Trifon Statkov. I'm going to share my slides now. It's really weird to be doing all this at home, as the current situation is kind of, let's say, interesting in Bulgaria. So I really liked it. I would really have loved it if I was able to join live, but unfortunately, the current situation requires a different approach. So the title of my presentation today is going to be Building JavaScript Backends that Scale Well with Nest.js. My name is Trifon Statkov. I'm tech lead at Stripes, and by heart, I'm software craftsman. What I can also say about myself is that my current occupation in Stripes I know it sounds, let's say, pretty maybe one-directional, but actually I have very free role in the company because of the philosophy of the company to give people ownership and responsibilities. So it's pretty often that I still code, but I also take part in certain pre-sales activities like meeting customers, listing requirements, etc. So my position doesn't mean that I'm just tech lead and I'm just the boss of some seniors or something. It's actually quite the opposite. I'm part of the team, and the difference between me and the others is that maybe I have more ownership and more responsibility over certain things. But anyway, I've been part of the JavaScript, let's say, environment in Bulgaria for the past 7 years, but in general, I have been busy with web development for quite longer than this. So to proceed forward, I mentioned that I work for Stripes. Currently, we have more than 400 employees in Bulgaria, and we are working with many international customers, some of which are, let's say, quite huge in terms of revenue per year. Also, those customers, because they worked in different domains, they mean that if you join a certain team, you might be working on one thing with certain technologies. If you join another team, it might be whole other thing with other technologies, and the project might be quite more complex. Currently, because of the current situation in Bulgaria, the work is done remotely. And let me just, make sure you still hear me. Yeah. So the work is done remotely. Our philosophy in the company is that as I mentioned, we focus on ownership and results instead of some kind of micromanaging and stuff. So if you want, and if you are interested in mid-year, senior, and tech lead positions, especially for JavaScript, you can apply and see the current opportunities on the website below. What I can say as part of the group that is pretty busy with JavaScript development is that what we are currently building, I will not, let's say, provide details and the name of the exact company for professional reasons, but what we are currently doing is quite interesting. We're using React Redux and Saga to display, and also a bit of D3 to make some complex visualizations of quite a lot of data. So this means that the emphasis we put in our daily work is on front-end performance. But as much as I do front-end development, I'm also interested in back-end development, and that is why the topic of today's presentation is going to be Nest.js. As you know, the JavaScript ecosystem is really rich and rich of different opportunities, and one of them is to create the backend entirely with JavaScript. In this case, Nest.js is only one of the options you can use. I'm not saying it's the best option. I will never, let's say, force my opinion on anyone. It's basically an option which I find suitable for specific scenarios. So the agenda for the presentation today, as you can see, we're going to cover first the introduction to Nest.js. If any of you joined my talk during BeerJS recently, you might have heard some of this content, although I doubt that you are in a great state of mind on this conference in particular to parse it. So maybe now you'll be able to grasp more. I also don't want to, let's say, my goal is not only to show you slides. I also want to show you the code itself, how you can set up Nest application yourselves. I will also cover a bit of GraphQL. Why GraphQL? Because GraphQL plays really nicely with Nest.js, and what I'm going to show you today in a nutshell is my preferred setup for backend projects of medium and large scale. So in the fourth part of the presentation, I'm going to show you GraphQL. I'm going to walk you through a bit of GraphQL so that you have a basic grasp of this technology pretty quickly. And we're going to introduce GraphQL to our Nest application, the one which we're going to start. And around the end of the presentation, I'm also going to introduce you to Prisma. Many of you probably don't know what Prisma is. And Prisma is basically this JavaScript-based ORM solution. So Prisma is going to help you have more consistent code and reduce some of the complexity on how you access your database. So, of course, our goal for Prisma as well is to provide code example if the time is enough. Okay, so important notice before we start with the introduction to Nest.js is that Nest.js is written with S and not with the letter X. I think it's really important to understand that those are two very different things, and the other technology is also really cool, but today we are going to focus on Nest and Nest only. Hopefully some other time we can cover the other one. So if you navigate on your browser to the official Nest.js website, what you're going to see is this image of a cat. So some of us are cat lovers, and I have to say from now that Nest.js has nothing to do with nesting of birds or cats, although the official site uses cat imagery quite a lot. And speaking of the official website, I think Nest can proudly say that it's one of them. I think it's really nicely documented. So usually documentation is something you dread. In the case of Nest, I think that's not the case. So why would I choose Nest as a preferred backend framework for backend development with JavaScript? First of all, Nest seems to be popular. So usually popularity doesn't always reflect how good something is. But in the case of Nest, it has the right intersection of popularity and also companies which are using it for their large-scale projects. In the case of Nest, the repo of Nest has over 39,000 stars, which is quite a lot. And the star history started at 2018 and gradually and maybe kind of, yeah, it's currently growing in a really rapid pace to reach the current number. By the way, those images are from BeerJS. Maybe from BeerJS to now we have some changes in this department and the number is even bigger. I have not checked, let's say, recently, but maybe it's even bigger. And if I have to also add one more detail, which is of importance, Prettier also has the same number of stars, and I believe, as most of us coming on this conference are busy with React development, and most of us are using Prettier, we know that this tool is quite popular, and if Nest.js has similar popularity, well, there might be some reason other than cuts. So in order to understand what kind of problem Nest.js is solving, first we need to understand what is a backend API. So what are the tasks that the API needs to execute? First of all, an API needs to authorize and authenticate users. Obviously, we don't want to provide all the functionality to all users, no matter whether they have access or not. We need to have some authorization and authentication in place because our customers are paying for security and safety of our software. Second, an API would persist some data in a database. Of course, we are working with a lot of data. We cannot store all the data. Yeah, we actually can store a lot of data on the client, but we want to persist that data so that we can access it later. So this is why we also need to have some kind of persistence, either on a database or in a file, etc., depending on the project, of course. Next thing that our API needs to do is that it needs to guard requests so that you don't access stuff you're not supposed to. So this is connected to the first point of authorization. Our application needs to validate and needs to guard requests, also needs to analyze exactly what you have requested and decide. It might be the logic for deciding whether a certain kind of request is allowed or not might be simple, might be complex, depending on the implementation. And it's best if the logic is contained in a separate file and is not mixed with everything else that an API is supposed to do. Also, an API needs to transform data because usually the front end will say send the data in one format, then the backend needs to maybe transform it a bit. Or the API needs to transform the data to provide it to the front end in a specific shape. So transformation of data is an important task of every API. Validation of data, of course, if we have a lot of forms on the front end, or we provide users with the ability to send data, we need to validate that data. Handling exception is part of the daily activity of every system. So you need to be prepared for most scenarios that you might predict or you might not predict. So as you know, the better you handle exceptions, the more stable your software will appear. And in the end of the day, we are striving for stability because we are striving to stay in business. Some of us are working in outsourcing companies, and we know very well that we need that in order to stay in business. Also, if we are working in product companies, we need stability in order to keep the trust of our users. Again, this is just a portion of the tasks. We also have receiving requests in specific URLs and HTTP methods and returning the respective responses. We have several HTTP methods which we can use on the front end, and the responses might vary drastically. Also, the side effects from calling the backend on those HTTP methods. And we also have executing some complex business logic, which is probably the most problematic part of the backend of every, the source code of every backend. So this complexity allows developers to make mistakes, and if it's not handled properly and if it's mixed with other tasks from the list above, can lead to poorly maintainable source code. So we have this huge list of tasks, and we can also, as front-end developers, we can already have a feeling that the back-end developers are actually doing quite a lot, and now we can probably understand them better. And a code that does all of those tasks has the risk of resembling this beautiful pasta pomodoro, and we have all seen such a code. So imagine it's Monday and you're working home office and your beautiful boss demands to call you via Hangouts or whatever, or Google Chat. And you put on your official underwear because you're home office, and you join the call with your official shirt and on your underwear below, and your boss says, Trifon, or no matter how your code, we need to revise that application using Express or whatever you made 3 years ago or something, and we need to add a specific feature to that application. Well, seems daunting, isn't it? Sometimes it seems daunting because you have not touched this application for 3 years. Back in the day, maybe you did it fast. Maybe the application does all of those in the list here, but they're not properly structured and separated. And it finally looks something like the image. As good as we are as developers, sometimes the distance of time makes us look in the code, even if the code is like written, we believed in how we write it back in the day, we see it like this after 3 years. So one of the problems that Nest and similar frameworks are trying to solve is this exact problem. The problem of coming back to a specific code base to add additional features, or having to introduce a different team member to work on that same code base later. And let's face it, pretty often the projects we are working on require that we introduce different levels of members in the team. So it's if we introduce a senior, sometimes they might not be affected when they see the looks of this, but if we introduce more junior members, we need to have specific structure in place so that they can speed up quickly. Otherwise, they'll get frustrated and they'll basically not be able to use the code. So why not just use Express? Of course, you can use Express. Express is the most popular kind of backend there is. And the thing is that you have several things that will play if you decide to use Express. So first, you have to write a bit more code, which for you might not be a problem. Then you have to choose your own way to structure the code. And this, let's face it, is a huge area of shooting yourself of possibilities to shoot yourself in the foot. So if I give you enough freedom, you might do it. So also, sometimes you start a specific project with one approach, then you change the approach, and you might not be very consistent. And this lack of consistency means that after a while, the building blocks of your application will be different in terms of style, and this will make the ramp-up time for team members to work on that code slower. And time is important factor of it, in it all, especially if you have people working on more than one project. It's really important that the projects have some kind of structure which is common, because otherwise people will have quite a lot of struggle to switch context, especially if they haven't worked on one of the projects for a while. And then again, last but not least, for certain team members, constructing the SQL queries is not a problem. we have, as I mentioned, though, all kinds of levels of team members, and sometimes junior team members don't want to. You don't want to have junior team members touching your SQL queries, for instance. And in that case, you might benefit if you are using some kind of ORM solution. Then again, we need to emphasize on the fact that Express can work with such ORM solutions. And the most important thing for Nest.js is that it's not a choice between Nest.js and Express, because Nest.js is actually generating Express applications for you. It can also, by the way, generate Fastify applications, which is a double win. It's another option you can try. So let's see the initial list of things which an API would usually do and compare it to how those things are happening in Nest.js. So when it comes to the persisting some data in database, we have very good ORM integration of Nest.js with the most commonly used JavaScript-based ORM engines. So we have nice integration with TypeORM, nice integration with Prisma as well. In this presentation, I'm going to cover both shortly. So if you haven't used them, I'll explain to you briefly what's the difference between both. Also, when we look at the department of guarding requests, they are the so-called building blocks of nests, which are basically different components you can use, or different, let's say, TypeScript classes. So we have specifically for guarding requests the guards component. Specifically for transforming some data and validating some data, we also have a component that is handling this part of the application organization in the face of pipes, which transform and validate data. And we're also handling exception, because Nest.js provides exception filters. Executing some complex business logic in Nest.js usually happens in several ways, and those several ways can be, let's say, commonly called providers. So if you have used AngularJS, you will see quite a lot of common paradigms. So Nest.js really resembles Angular in terms of some architectural decisions and the way that the code is laid out. If you have to receive requests and return responses on specific URLs and specific HTTP methods, you can use Nest.js controllers, which are basically tasked to call providers to receive requests, return responses, and to respond on specific URLs. So as you can see, the good thing about Nest is that it has a separate file or a separate place in which it handles all of those tasks individually, which means that later on, it will be easier for you if your boss calls you 3 years later to find exactly where you need to touch in the code, which is already a win for you because it means less stress. Moving on, as I mentioned, in Nest.js, there is specific components or TypeScript file for almost everything. Those components are called building blocks. So it's like a Lego. My son is currently playing with those Lego duplos. So there are different kinds of building blocks in Lego. In much the same way, there are different kinds of building blocks in Nest.js. We have the guards I mentioned, the pipes, the providers, exception filter, ORM integration and controllers. But we also have many more. Speaking of controllers, they are tasked with handling requests and responses, and for every building block in Nest, you have a specific command that creates that component for you. We have this command line interface you're going to see in a couple of minutes, which allows you to create each of those building blocks. And the benefit of having a command line interface to do this is that you are spared of having to type all of this source code manually. on the client side, your users will make HTTP requests, and depending on the routing strategy defined in Nest, you call a specific controller which will handle specific logic, because it will call respectively specific services. So the source code of such component is either TypeScript based or JavaScript based. So for those of you that are not huge fans of TypeScript, maybe you should reconsider, because what I can say from experience and what I think is best is to start using it, because type safety really helps you avoid mistakes, either proactively or reactively. Because proactively, if you use TypeScript, you have better auto-code completion, and this allows you to avoid making the mistake even before it happens. So what we can see in this source code is that we are importing several so-called decorators from the Nest.js common library. So whenever you see this @ sign followed by a building block name, like controller in this case, or body in this case, or get, whenever you see this, we are speaking of decorators. So decorators are commonly used in Nest.js as a way to tell Nest that this specific source code has a specific purpose. So in this case, this class is a controller class. Whenever you have this decorator post or get or put, whatever, in such a class, this decorator means that you're setting up a route and a routing strategy. So in this case, whenever we request localhost/cat, and then we request it via post, we will get here. We will get here, potentially this service will call database to get the data, which is relevant to our request. Potentially we will extract some data from the body of the request here, and then we're going to return the proper information to our users. In this case, for instance, we are calling the get method. So it will find all of the cats, no matter how. They can be stored in memory, they can be stored in a database. It will find them and return them. And as you can see, we have pretty good type safety, because we already have an idea of what the shapes of the objects which we are throwing between the client side and the backend and from the database are. The same code, as you can see, can be written in pure JavaScript, so without using TypeScript. So if you're not a fan of TypeScript, Nest.js allows you to use the good old-fashioned JavaScript syntax. So the very much same thing you can accomplish with JavaScript. And you will see, especially on the demo, that the only thing we need to do is not start to write code from scratch, but instead we need to generate specific building blocks and then open the files of source for those specific building blocks, modify them, and then after those small modifications or big modifications, we simply deliver the application. So no matter what kind of building block you need, controller, module, etc., you have the proper command from the command line interface of Nest to generate for you this component. Providers, on the other hand, are a very important building block of Nest, because they give you the possibility to create either factories or services. They allow you to encapsulate huge amounts of logic or small amounts of logic or specific amounts of logic in those objects. They also are very suitable for dependency injections, and there's this thing called Nest.js inversion of control container, or Nest.js runtime, which allows you to define a dependency once, and then for Nest.js to provide this dependency to all places in the source code that need it. And before you say that this is another way to introduce spaghetti code, well, that's not exactly the case, because you can define explicitly which module is importing or exporting a specific provider. So yeah, if you have used Angular, you have already seen those. And the source code for those is, again, as you can notice, the same kind of pattern we saw for controllers. TypeScript with decorators. We're using the injectable decorator from the Nest.js common library, and we're defining a service. Injectable means that the inversion of control container can inject this object anywhere in the application where it is needed. So this service has two methods in this case. It has create and find all. And what you can imagine in this case is that those methods are encapsulating your interaction with the database, for instance, or are calling some kind of other service which handles. So this allows you to remove the logic for the database from your controller and simply call the cut service in your controller. Moving on, we see that apart from being able to create all of those building blocks, we are able to group them by modules. So why is this useful? Because if you're working on something small, it's okay to have 20 files. But if you're working on something big, in time, you're going to start adding more and more and more files, which are doing very different things. Over time, you might even, if you have the proper, let's say, interval of time in which you didn't touch the code, over time, it's possible that you create the same file you already had in place because you simply forgot what your code base was doing. So modules in this case allow us to isolate exactly what each file is doing in terms of features. So we might be working on a restaurant app that handles orders. Then all of the orders logic might be contained in a specific folder and might be defined as an SJS module. All of the payments or something else logic might be contained in another module. And later on, when you start working on that project again, what you can do is you can, if for instance you need to add a specific feature to make an adjustment to specific feature, then all you need to do is find the module which contains and is related to that feature and make the proper adjustments without having to sift through probably 80 or 100 files. So you can already imagine why this is useful. And important thing to notice about those modules is that it's possible, and it's actually how it is done, that you define exactly what a certain module is importing and exporting in terms of building blocks. So the best practice says that you need to define one module per feature, and you need to isolate the specific building blocks into their own kind of module. Later on, they can be important. So building block, if necessary, from module A can be imported into module B. This allows us to separate concerns and also take advantage of the Nest dependency injection. So here is how the definition of a module works. Again, same pattern. We are importing the decorator, for module from the Nest.js common library. And for this specific module, we need to define what kinds of controllers are defined inside. So they are native to this component, to this module. And what kind of things this module is importing and exporting. This module contains controllers and providers. So we have defined the cut service inside. But for other modules to be able to use that service outside of this module, we need to define explicitly that this cut service is in the exports array here. And also, if we're using something from somewhere else, from some other module, we need to define that explicitly in the imports property here. And there are even more possibilities that Nest.js provides to you in terms of structuring your code and following the best practices. And maybe not to curse yourself as much as you could in the future when you're accessing your code. So the first of those options is middleware. Middleware is a paradigm which is quite known for people which we have used some kind of PHP framework or a backend framework. For instance, in Laravel, which is a PHP framework, we have middlewares as well. They basically serve as a kind of chain through which each of the requests is going. And this kind of chain allows you to pass the request to the next part of the chain of the request lifecycle. This allows you to decide whether to pass it along forward or to stop transforming or processing this request. This is really important when it comes to authorization, authentication, validation. All of those can be happening in a middleware and can have a specific middleware for them. So if we imagine that there is a request coming from the client, the middleware is the place in which we decide whether to move along with that request or return it back or inform the customer that there was a problem, the user. The source code of middleware has exactly and follows exactly the same kind of paradigm. So once again, we're importing a decorator and we decide, as I mentioned, whether to call the next method, which is injected in the via the arguments here. So next function is basically passing along this request to the next middleware in the chain. This specific middleware doesn't know whether there is one or two middlewares after it, so it simply can pass along and then the request will move on to the next middleware or middlewares. This is useful because, again, we have very nice decoupling of the specific parts of the source code. It's demo time. So maybe it was a bit boring up until now. It's one thing to speak about something and whole other thing to show it. And in order to show it, let's go here and open a new Visual Studio Code. Or even better, we can open a console. So I'll go to my desktop. And the first thing I need to do before I decide to use Nest.js, first, of course, I'll create this JSTalks task folder. Then I'm going here in the folder. And then what I need to do is I need to install globally the Nest.js CLI or command line interface. So I'm going to execute npm install Nest.js CLI -g to install it globally. In my specific case, by the way, I have already installed it. So maybe there is a chance that this happens a bit faster because it will use the cache of npm, but we'll see. After this is done, and I hope it will be done soon, we will proceed forward to creating a new Nest project. So all that you needed in order to have Nest.js in place in terms of the tool, it was this command. Now what you need to do, you need to execute the nest command. So you have nest, which is good. That's why I wrote nest here. And if you just write nest in the command line, you're going to see the available options. And one of those options is nest, new, and then entering your project's name. So I'm going to call my project goals project. I press enter on the keyboard, and then I'll wait a bit until Nest.js creates this scaffold of my application. So this is quite nifty because Nest.js has created for me several files which I don't need to create from scratch or copy from existing project, although I can. This is saving me time, and saving time is important for us as software developers. What we can see is that Nest has already taken care of the linting of our code, prettifying. Also, package.json means that we have dependencies, TypeScript is in place, and we have several files which are interesting. which are app controller, spec TS, app controller TS, app module, app service, main TS. Those are related to the end-to-end functionalities. So which package manager we want to use? Let's say npm. Installation is in progress. We wait for a while, and then we're going to open the resulting project in Visual Studio Code. I want to take you through the actual process, because it's one thing to, to be looking the slides, and whole other thing to see the process. Let's hope that we have enough time. So the installation is currently in progress, and our next thing we're going to do is we're going to open the project in Visual Studio Code, and then we're going to start to see it in the browser, hopefully soon. Let's see how much time this takes. Before this loads, by the way, I can continue with some additional functionalities that Nest.js has, like the GraphQL integration I'm also going to show. Yes, Nest.js supports GraphQL, and if you have never used GraphQL, this mind map right here is going to help you understand a bit better what GraphQL is and what it does. So whenever we are using some data from the backend, if we are using the classic RESTful approach, the problem we might hit is that we need several kinds of data. And for those several kinds of data, we need to make several requests. Or we have more data, or we receive from the backend more data than we need. For each of those scenarios, GraphQL is really nice, because it allows you to define exactly what kind of properties or fields you need for specific models. It also allows you to get data simultaneously for a couple or even more of the models. Let's see whether we're done here. Not yet. So if we have this ability, then we'll be able to have slower, not slower, but smaller response sizes, which means that everything will go faster, even for your customers that are using mobile devices. And this is, of course, something that is good. GraphQL is a specification. It's not just a tool, it's a specification. So there are different implementations of GraphQL, and it steps on two important languages. One of them is the schema definition language, and the other language allows you to define queries. Let's see where we are. So yeah, now we're back here. We have generated the Nest project, and if we open it up with code goals project in our Visual Studio Code, what we're going to see is the structure which Nest has created for us. So we don't care especially to show you right now the test functionality. What is important to be shown here is the so-called app module. So in the app module, you have this is the root module of your application. Whenever you're adding specific features, you're going to create submodules, and then you're going to mention those submodules here. You're going to refer to them. And what we can see is that from scratch, Nest has decided to create one controller for us and one service. Let's start the application by opening the terminal of Visual Studio Code. Let's see what the location is right now. So it's here. If I run npm run start dev, then the Nest application should be started. If there is no other application which is currently running, which might be the case, we'll see on this specific port. Let's see my other thing. Yeah, it's running, so I'll terminate it. I'll restart just to make sure it's not waiting. So the application is starting. npm run start dev is the command we need to execute from the terminal of the project. And then we see that the source code has currently 0 errors found, which is normal in terms of the fact that we didn't make any changes. And the application is probably started. So if I open up localhost 3000, I see hello world here. But okay, what exactly happened here? Like, what exactly is this app controller doing? So the app controller, as I mentioned earlier, has those decorators for the specific HTTP methods. So it has get, you can imagine that it also has post, etc. And for each of those methods, we specify exactly what kind of data is returned back from Nest.js to the front end. So you can already see that in order to achieve a specific kind of routing schema, it's not possible that you put all of your routes in the same file. Like it's not like some code I have seen written in Express, in which you have this big file which contains all of the logic. So here we have already the structure kind of enforced on us, but long term it will be good for us that we have this structure in place. So those are the controllers. What happens if we want to create a new module, and in general how we create new modules? We need to open a separate terminal here, by the way, and what I'm going to execute now is nest g. G, by the way, can be replaced with generate, and then module and the name of the new module. So for instance, if I want to have a module that's going to handle goals or something, or cuts, let's say cuts, all I need to do is execute this command. And a funny thing is going to happen. Some code is going to be generated from this command, which I didn't have to write manually. So we see that Nest has created one file and has updated another file for us. So Nest has created a new cuts module. So if I click on this, we see that this is an empty class with the module decorator. And we also see that the main module of the application has imported this cuts module. So you can imagine that in this module, we can also create our own controllers. So this happens using the nestg co command. So co is for controller, which will allow us to set up additional logic and additional things that the front end can query. When you're looking at this, you don't see how it will optimize your efforts. But if we introduce GraphQL in the mix, then things become slightly better. Because, let me see how not to, okay. Because GraphQL can, as I mentioned, handle the scenarios in which we want to limit the amount of data that the front end requests and receives from the backend. And in order to introduce GraphQL, all that is necessary for us to do, to have GraphQL immediately in our project, is to execute this command. So I need to do npm install GraphQL as a root dependency, GraphQL tools, so that I can have access to the GraphQL playground, which is quite useful, by the way, when you want to test your requests and responses. I also need to have in place the Apple Server Express. And basically, because GraphQL is specification, it has different servers which might serve it. So Apple Server is just one of the options. And we also need to install the Nest.js GraphQL package. This package is doing all of the configuration needed in order for Nest to be able to work with GraphQL out of the box. So when I press enter, what is going to happen is that all of those libraries will be installed. And our next step is going to be to open the app module, which we saw previously. And in that module, to import the GraphQL module. So after the library is here and installed, we are going to have access to a thing called GraphQL module. So I'm writing it now because the autocomplete will not work anyway. And the GraphQL module is located in Nest.js/GraphQL, I think. Okay. And then this module is marked in the imports. So in the imports, I will remove for now the cuts module. And then I'm going to add GraphQL module. There is a thing called for root. For root basically allows us to specify an object which to config the GraphQL connection and certain aspects of GraphQL. In our case, what we're going to add is type paths and then pass this. And this basically tells the GraphQL module exactly where to look for GraphQL schemas. Schemas are something I have not covered in the presentation, but I'm going to show you in practice what exactly they are. So moving on, I need to create a new file in the source folder, which will be called schema.graphql. And in this file, what I'm going to add is just this cat type. What we are currently seeing is the so-called schema definition language, which is part of GraphQL. The exclamation mark in this context means that the field is required. So the cat might have a name, which is also mandatory. And the next two things I'm going to write are pretty related. You can have this association between those and get and post in the context of REST. So mutations are look at them at things that change the data or add new records. Queries are things that allow you to receive specific kinds of data. So in this case, I can have cats, which is array of cat objects, and is also mandatory. I might remove the mutation for now. And let's see what happens when we restart the application. We might have dependencies issues, or it might work straight away. We'll see. So we are seeing that the compilation is starting in watch mode. By the way, whenever you use this command, the application is in watch mode. Sometimes I kill it from time to time because I have noticed that for certain instances of Visual Studio Code, there are issues. So let's see what happens now. So we have this error called GraphQL get description is not a function. And in order to spare some time, I'm going to simply open another part of the source code in which we have this fixed. See? It's the same. It's actually the same. So whenever this gets imported, what we're going to see is that I'm going to spare some time here in debugging and open up the other one. What we're going to see is that we'll have access to the so-called GraphQL playground. So the GraphQL playground allows us to play with the data which we expect from the GraphQL API and allow us to play in real time. And then our front end can send exactly the same requests and receive the data that it needs. I'm just going to quickly check whether you still can hear me in Firefox. Okay. So the backend has started. What I need to do in order to get access to the playground is I need to go to GraphQL here. And what we are currently seeing is that the integration of GraphQL and Nest.js also happens really smoothly. And if we go back to the specific code which I launched the application the second time from, because time is already limiting us, I will show you one more thing, which is the so-called Prisma module. So what is Prisma and why we need Prisma? So yeah, if you look at here, we have GraphQL, and GraphQL allows us to say we need goals, and for those specific goals, we need a title property. And you have this very nifty documentation of your backend, which allows you to see exactly what kind of objects your backend returns and what kind of shape they have. So in this case, the shape of this object is that it has ID property and title property. And we can easily, if we want, we can easily change this one to ID, replay the request, and then as you can see, we'll have for the goals an empty array because we don't have goals, but anyway. But we would have received also the idea of those goals. So coming back to the presentation, we have already seen the integration of GraphQL and Nest.js, and the next thing is to solve the SQL mess. So in the application we have the option to write the SQL queries ourselves or use SQL queries builder like Knex, for instance. But we can also use type ORM or Prisma or SQLwise to introduce easier way to interact with the database, to introduce easier way for the different new team members to set up the database on their machines. Because if you don't have migrations, for instance, your team members will need to share with themselves some kind of SQL files with the current state of the database. I've been there, I've seen that, and migrations are really helping in this one. So if you use type ORM, the only problem with it is that the support currently is quite dubious because the author recently claimed he's busy with another project. Otherwise, it's really cool and well, smooth abstraction. If you are using Prisma though, you have better support and it's, you know, mooted to be more type strict, claims to achieve higher type safety than type ORM, and it's currently in version 3. So how does Prisma work? Basically, you create a new module in your application. So we have this new module here called Prisma. In that module, we have the module definitions. We see that it has defined this Prisma service. And in the Prisma service, we have only this Prisma client as a dependency. After we have this in place, all that we need to do in order to define what our database structure is going to be is we need to execute a couple of commands and then make changes to this schema.prisma file. So what you're going to see here is again is a that allows you to define a database table easily. So in this case, we have the goal table from the database. It has ID and title. And another cool thing about Prisma is that it allows you to access this table directly in the database. On localhost 555, it will start this nice web application similar to PHPMyAdmin if you have worked with PHP. And currently the goal table is empty, but we already see that the table has ID and title fields. So Prisma allows us to change directly the database and get directly from the database objects without having to parse them. This is what type ORMs do in general. They allow you to work with objects, but then don't have to write queries. So if I have to open up some of the GraphQL providers we have already in place, the resolvers, we'll see that they use Prisma. And because Prisma is really type safe, you see this great autocomplete it has. So it allows you to see already the existing tables in your database. So in this case, we already have Go as table. And then we have those helper methods. And you recognize a lot of them from the SQL syntax. But for instance, if you want to get all of the items in the Go table, what you need to do is execute find many. And then in the arguments list, you can maybe pass something like where clause. So for instance, I can write where and then specify an object. And then for instance, ID equals 0. I can do this if I want. What I can also do is I can check for a specific value, whether it's bigger or less than something. So I can do like it's greater than 0 for whatever reason. But what you can already see is that I don't have to write a SQL query. I need to use this syntax, which depending on the complexity of what I want to find in the database might save me some time. And in general, it will make the access to the database more standardized. And because we have a tight schedule to follow, I'll continue forward. So Prisma Migrate has this possibility that allows you to create table after table, and have the so-called migrations, which are going to allow you to later on be able to replicate the entire database structure easily on another machine. This is a mind map of it. Later on, if you have time, you can check it. And as I mentioned earlier, Nest.js gives you access to Prisma, gives you access to GraphQL, gives you access to modularization and controllers, and it's quite good technology to play with if you have some free time. The Nest documentation is quite good. You can access it from docs.nest.js.com, and they also offer paid certification, which is about $89, and currently doesn't cover the Prisma and GraphQL parts, but it's quite good. So I'm open to questions if you have any. I hope you were able to see my screen and hear me all the time. Thanks, Nikki. And thank you all once again for joining. I hope that the next time we meet each other is live, because it has a very different feeling. Right now, it's really weird for me, to be honest. But I hope it was at least slightly informative for you, so that you can make your first steps with Nest.js. It's a very trending framework, and I think it will be very useful for you guys. Thanks, and bye.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Imagine how thrilling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot.
Sketching, designing, a lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think that we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us.
It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
And thank you, Nikki. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I think it's about our time now. Great. So, okay, I'll start, I think, a couple of minutes early, if that's okay, or should I wait? Okay, I'll start. No message. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this talk about NewsKit. My name is Li Wen. I'm the head of engineering product platforms at News UK. Today here with me are James Spencer and Gabriel Dimitrov. NewsKit is a suite of software that we have been building for the last 2 years to help our company to deliver better digital products faster, and ultimately to give our customers a better user experience. In this talk, we're not only going to tell you about the technical details of our amazing products, but also the journey we have been on so far to get to where we are today. In the next 40 minutes, we'll introduce ourselves. We'll tell you why we had embarked on this journey to build NewsKids, how the different constituent parts of NewsKids ecosystem work together, the technologies we use, and the lessons we've learned so far. I'll talk about our company, our team, and how we work. James and Gabriel will dive deep into each individual product. At the end, we'll have some time for questions. Before starting the story, let me just tell you a bit of who we are. We're News UK, one of the biggest media companies in the UK and part of the News Corp empire. We help our listeners and readers make sense of the world at the times we're living in. Storytelling is at the heart of everything we do. We have some amazing brands. The Times has been around for over 230 years. It has witnessed and reported every big moment in modern history. The Sun is one of the most read newspapers in the UK, and it has a huge online presence. TLS, the Time Literary Supplement, has also been around for over 100 years. Apart from printed and online newspapers, we have some amazing audio brands, the Times Radio, Virgin Radio, TalkSport, and Talk Radio. We also have a TV channel coming next year, so stay tuned. These are only some of our brands. It would take a few more slides to list all of our titles, so I'll stop here. News Tech is the technology department of News UK. We use technologies, of course, to help our company to achieve its digital ambitions and to inspire our customers. Our teams are critical to making News UK a world-class digital-first business. From how we create and deliver new digital products to how we keep our colleagues communicating and how we utilize the vast amount of information we have. Apart from technologies and innovation, we're also passionate about career development and training opportunities, as well as being a strong advocate for well-being, mental health, and a work-life balance. Before diving into the technical details of News UK, I want to talk about what success means for us. By us, I mean people on this call who love technology so much that we willingly give up our Saturday to attend a technology conference. Is it about cutting-edge technologies, industrial best practices, or awesome coding skills? Many companies in all sorts of industries attempted digital transformation, and many of them failed. What would make our story a success? To us, it was to develop the right engineering culture, to have the best engineering practices. It's about working as a team, and it's about great collaborations. At the end of the day, we're just fallible humans working with other fallible humans. So, what makes a great engineering culture? For us, it's about innovation, it's about engineering excellence and teamwork. We adopted DevOps pretty much at the start. Our teams own their CI/CD pipelines. They know how their code is built, how it is tested, and how it is deployed all the way to production. They put telemetry in and instructed their code themselves, and they created dashboards in New Relic based on the logs and metrics they defined. This end-to-end ownership not only makes our team members better engineers, it gives them the intimate knowledge of their products. Because they know how things work inside out, they can make changes as quickly as they want, when they want it. They're able to iterate and experiment really fast. All the learnings can then be translated into improvements to make the products even better. You can imagine what sort of team morale we have. We're really proud of what we have built. That's why we're talking about it here today, and we wanted to share our experiences with you. At the core, we're all engineers. We want to keep learning and developing ourselves. That is very much encouraged at News UK. One of our star engineers here at Product Platforms is a perfect example of this. He joined us 18 months ago as a full-stack JavaScript engineer. He was really into AWS and Kubernetes. So we encouraged him to take on more DevOps challenges and give him all the support we could. Within a year, he had achieved 3 AWS certifications and landed an AWS book deal with Appress. We're tremendously proud of him, and recently he was promoted to the principal engineer for DevOps and infrastructure. If you have the appetite, we have the platform for you to grow. Because we truly own the fate of our products, we care about them deeply. In the Newskate design system team, we constantly ask our clients for feedback and make improvements based on it. This has also brought us closer to other teams across the company. We established our team values right from the beginning. Everything we do reflects on our values. We ask our senior and engineering managers to lead by example. We succeed and fail as a team. As a truly geo-dispersed platform, every team has colleagues from both the UK and from Bulgaria. We have tried and established some really great ways of working together. Apart from the regular agile ceremonies, we also have team huddles. We make the best use of Slack, Google Hangouts, Figma, and Mira, all the real-time collaboration tools. We also meet up with each other locally when we can to strengthen relationships, enjoy some good food and a few drinks. We all know that great culture facilitates good practices, and good practice in turn enforces good culture. It's a virtuous cycle. All of our systems are designed for the cloud, and most of them use native microservices infrastructure. You can imagine that we have a lot of configurations. We use Terraform for all our infrastructure, so everything is in the code. All the teams communicate with each other through GitHub. All the steps for spinning up services are repeatable and traceable. The best part is that everyone can see the configurations, can learn from the code. Nothing is hidden behind the AWS console. In order to make sure we innovate in a safe environment, we have decision logs. We make all big technical decisions collectively. Everyone is welcome to suggest new tools, new frameworks, or new systems, but you need to do your homework and discuss with the team why you think it's a good idea, what benefits it is bringing to the product, and why it's better than the alternatives. This is not to make things harder for people. The process of writing the decision logs itself makes us think. It's like writing a blog post. In order to make it coherent and informative, you need to really understand the topic thoroughly. If you don't, you won't be able to write something that can educate others. 2 years ago, when we first started to use Apollo GraphQL Federation, the Federation software wasn't really mature enough for what we needed. We did a lot of research, we deliberated many times, and eventually decided we'll have our own solution. And everything was written in a decision log. Recently, Apollo released version 3. It has a lot of improvements. We felt it was mature enough now, and it was time for us to adopt it fully. Because we had the decision log to refer back to, we were able to have informed and meaningful discussions with other teams and come to an agreement really quickly. Imagine if we hadn't written the decision log. It would have taken us a lot longer to get people to understand what we wanted to achieve. We probably would have forgotten about it altogether, to be honest. We have IFCs as guidelines for how to do things, such as what kind of testing frameworks we recommend, how we set up our CDNs, and what are the recommended CI/CD tools to use. This is not some top-down mandate. Everyone is encouraged to read the IFCs and to provide the feedback. If you think we should do things differently, open the PR and we'll discuss it. The IFCs not only provide a set of guidelines for the areas you might not be 100% confident with, they also make cross-team collaboration much easier because every team works the same way. We often encourage people to rotate across teams, get more knowledge of other products, and build a relationship with others. The more you learn about the business, teams, about technologies other teams use, and what other teams want to achieve, the more valuable you are to the business. And because you have this intimate knowledge about the business, we can trust that you would make the right decisions in your day-to-day job. This is called autonomy, and we all love it. After we set ourselves up for success, let's begin our story about news kits. Before offering a solution, we often need to identify the problem we're trying to solve. So why the change? Back in the days, all our titles had their own tech stack, from infrastructure to pipelines, from APIs to UI libraries, everything you can think of. Because each title's tech stack was isolated, so there was a lot of duplicated system. They all do the similar things, but not exactly the same. The setups are different. Sometimes they were hosted on different platforms with the different cloud providers using different CI/CD tools. We had TeamCity, we had Jenkins, and we had some more obscure ones such as Antihill Pro. I think most of you have probably never heard of it because it had been abandoned by the company who developed it many years ago, and then there was no support whatsoever. So it was very difficult for us to make any changes to the deployment pipeline. While the isolated systems allowed each title to be independent, it created a huge issue for supporting them. There was little continuous innovation, and worst of all, our precious engineering time was wasted just keeping the lights on. If the Sun had developed a new feature, we couldn't introduce it to the times quickly because of all the differences in the underlying systems. A few years ago, we wanted to introduce a new vendor for user commenting. We had to do the integration many times for different titles. It was slow and painful. We thought it would be great if we can spend more time on the innovation and to provide better user experience to our customers instead of maintenance work and the never-ending upgrades and housekeeping chores. We definitely need a different approach. Here's the solution we wanted to pursue. Instead of having vertical isolated systems, we wanted to build horizontal components and platforms. If we could abstract the common functionalities, we would be able to share those reusable components and reduce duplication. First, it would allow platform teams to concentrate on what they do the best and to keep improving their systems. Secondly, it allows the title teams to be lean so they can focus on what matters to them the most. That is the user experience for their audience. If we introduce a new feature in any of those underlying platforms, it will be available to all our titles automatically through package upgrades. If we need to integrate a third-party data source, we integrate it at the API layer. We only need to do it once. This design also makes innovation much easier. If we were to introduce big data or machine learning, we'd only need to work with the data layer, and it could be transparent to our title teams. This layered structure also gives us the flexibility to make big changes fast. Let's say if we want to change our cloud provider, we only need to upgrade the Terraform script in the render layer once, and everyone can migrate in a tested and repeatable manner. What else can we do with this? Since the layers are title agnostic, we can make them open source projects. We can collaborate with internal and external engineering teams through code, through GitHub, and operating in a truly open source fashion. Spinning up a fully fledged stack for a new title will no longer be a multi-year task. We can scale it horizontally really fast. If a new title develops new features, new improvements, they can contribute back to the underlying platforms through the open source model, and all the titles will benefit from it immediately. So the journey began. I'll hand it over to James now. He'll give you a good overview of the NewsKit ecosystem and how each component works together. Then he'll dive deep into the NewsKit system. James, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Lewin. I'm a principal engineer working at News UK in product platforms, and I have been for about 2.5 years. So, I've seen this transition kind of come to life. So yeah, first of all, I'm going to show off some of the products we built and then kind of dive a bit deeper into the design system itself. So let me briefly set the scene with the full suite of NewsKit products. We'll go into each of these in more detail later, so don't worry if it doesn't fully make sense at this point. So the NewsKit design system, this icon on the left, is a powerful React-based multi-brand design system with a UI library built in Figma. This can be thought of as similar to Material UI or Bootstrap, if you're familiar with either of those products. NewsKit API is a federated GraphQL API that can act as a single source of truth for data across the organization. And finally, NewsKit Render is a high-performance rendering platform built on top of Next.js, with additional News UK specific features out of the box, allowing title teams to quickly spin up new websites with RFC-compliant infrastructure in the form of Terraform scripts, Circle CI build pipelines, and a template that uses the design system and calls into the NewsKit API for the data. So this is really the part of the product suite where everything comes together. So here's kind of a diagram showing the 10,000-foot view of what our idealized solution architecture looks like with these products. The box on the top shows a typical application, and this could be a website such as The Times or The Sun or one of our many other brands. The application is using the design system inside of it for all of its interface requirements and some non-visual requirements as well. We're also using the rendering platform, so we have those kind of pipelines out of the box, all the infrastructure we were kind of discussing earlier, but also the ability to have additional functionality like account shared. Beneath that, we have the NewsKit API, and this is it's exposed as a single GraphQL endpoint, and this allows us to retrieve, for instance, our article data as well as radio playlists in the same API call. And this has all the typical advantages of GraphQL, because we only get what data we need, and also it saves engineers having to onboard onto new APIs, which is quite costly. So another thing worth pointing out is that a typical application at News UK is actually maybe composed of many micro front ends, and this actually allows different applications to move at different speeds, and it also allows us to kind of bring in NewsKit as a new application in one of these areas without having to do a big bang approach across big bang release approach. That's all too familiar with these types of platform migrations. This allows us to kind of move at different speeds. A drawback of this is that, for instance, the UI could start becoming inconsistent across these different applications. And this is where the design system actually helps, because we can centralize our UI and shared common elements across each of these different applications through the use of a theme. And actually, we can, in the NewsKit design system, we can have kind of multiple themes. So we can have sub-themes and sub-themes of sub-themes if we really wanted, which allows us to have commonality and then more specific things for each different brand. I'll go through this in a bit more detail later when I go through the design system. So onto the design system. I guess the first thing we kind of want to ask really is why build a design system, or why use one in the first place? And this slide shows something we're not very proud of. This is all the different share bars that were kind of designed, built, and rolled out onto our website over the course of a few years. There are quite a lot of them, and they all essentially do the same thing. And implementing one of those as a developer, maybe it doesn't take that long, but implementing 20 of them, and we think about the product time and the design time, it all adds up, and teams are constantly reinventing the wheel. So one of the main goals of the design system is to allow design teams to leverage the power of considered customizable components so that it can spend more time focusing on engaging product features that are going to be unique to their brand and that are going to deliver real brand value. We want teams to be spending more time building the things that matter instead of doing the same thing over and over again. That's why we built NewsKit. So what is this design system then? So we have this aspect called foundations, and these are shareable across different products, each of our products. So we've created a system around typography, color, spacing, motion, and this can be considered the system part. For instance, when we add components, if they're using the correct spacing system, we get visual consistency amongst the elements. This doesn't mean that every brand is going to look the same. It's about standardizing the fundamentals of design, and then allowing the designers to change certain aspects of that adhere to their brand. We want things to conform to the best practices for different screens, and we want to enforce consistency and accessibility across each of these products. So the themes can act as a style guide for designers. And as previously mentioned, each brand may have multiple themes. So where you can see these images here, if we have sub-brands, say for instance our radio station inside of our news website, that may have a different theme entirely. So let's kind of discuss toolkits and processes. A large part of what we're trying to do is improve the tooling and the workflow of design teams, and that kind of handoff process for design to engineering. So out of the box, NewsKit provides a large number of libraries for designers, theme files, which they can customize to reflect their brand, a library of UI components, again, that can be themed to their brand in Figma, a sections library, so that can be used for wireframing, utilities for things like annotations, and actually even templates for workshops, and device mockups for presentations. So things that help designers with general speed and consistency. And it allows the goal here is to allow designers to focus on innovation rather than menial tasks or problems that have already been solved across the organization. Beyond tooling, we have also standardized the entire design workflow. So originally teams were using a mixture of tools. Now they're all using Figma, which in an organization as large as News UK is quite a challenge to get everyone onto that tool. So in process as well, we've taken the opportunity to standardize the file structures and naming conventions across these design files and templates. This means that designers can move across projects within the organization without needing to relearn their tech stack. So a large part of the design system is components that engineers can pick up and use. And a large part of what my team does is building out these React components. So we use Emotion.js, which is CSS in JS. It's similar to style components. And each of these components is built to a very high standard. So we aim for them to be highly accessible. So AA standard of accessibility in terms of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. we want them to be performant. News UK has some very large websites, and SEO is very important to us, and Google cares about these things. So, us delivering, non-performing components is not really going to be very good for the organization. And again, the theming system that I've mentioned is very extensive. For each component, we can change things at multiple levels, either at theme level or at individual component level, allowing brands to have a lot of flexibility and a lot of control over using these components. It's just worth mentioning as well that each of these components lives in Figma. So, when a designer goes, "Oh, here, use this button," it should be visually the same. So engineers don't need to go, "Oh, this. Oh, do we want it 2 pixels bigger? Do we want it 2 pixels smaller?" It removes that whole cycle of conversations. So, building a design system isn't all fun and games. Building components, unfortunately, we do have to build a lot of documentation, and this can be considered the kind of shop front of the design system. Please do have a look at it. It is a public website. We're always looking for feedback. The site provides general guidance on component usage and best practices. It has code snippets on there. It has an interactive playground, so you can change components and see what the generated code looks like. But it also gives us a place to kind of test out our components after we've built them. We stress test them in terms of actually using them in the documentation site, can find bugs, and it also forces us to use the things we're building, which means that we're probably going to build a better product at the end of the day. It allows us to demonstrate, kind of new features, best practices to our users. It also provides us with an opportunity to attract talent. Design systems get quite a lot of interest. They're quite visually beautiful, some of them. Hopefully ours is as well. But it hopefully also helps with hiring, and we do have roles open. So just another thing to mention on here, we have end-to-end guidance for all our kind of users on here around different patterns and practices. So this can be kind of informing teams to kind of take a step back and look at problems more agnostically and kind of strategically. And we're kind of looking to pool common knowledge across the organization. So we've also recently started adding a kind of research repository onto here. So where one team maybe does some interesting research on their site, we can pull that into the design system site and share that with other teams. So one pattern I kind of just wanted to mention is that when teams kind of pick up NewsKit, we kind of have kind of landed on pushing them in this direction, which is actually this thing we call a local design system, which hopefully talks for how flexible NewsKit is, in the sense that actually teams are kind of building their own design system with the design system. So in the center of the diagram, we have what we call the local design system. And looking at this, it should really help emphasize the difference between this kind of single brand and a multi-brand design system. A large part of this theme file that you can see in the green box on the right is coming directly out of our custom-built Figma plugin. So as an engineer, I would take that, I would put that on my website, and I have my theme. And then that's going to change all the components to look and feel as the designers have kind of specified in Figma. Custom styling and overrides can be done by the engineering team. And they can build custom components using the utilities we've built. And it's also worth calling out that we do not expect every component to live in the design system. There is a dizzying amount of different requirements across across News UK, and there's no way we can cater to all of that. But what it does mean is that if the Times had specific requirements around data visualization, that they could then implement that in their local design system, and they're focusing on the things that matter to them. Just to mention as well, we typically see them to have their own instance of Storybook alongside of this, and this is really around helping teams use the tools they like and have probably grown to love as well. So we don't want to restrict them from that. So just a quick kind of look at the technologies that build up this design system. I've already mentioned we use React, Emotion, we use TypeScript as well, and that's for our sanity, but also it helps consumers use our APIs so we can expose props to them, and they know what the interface on each component is. We use other React-specific libraries. Some of them are not mentioned on here for specific components. So we use React Hot Toast or React Hook Form. We'll use these shortcuts where it makes sense. There's plenty of good tools available in the community. It doesn't make sense to kind of reinvent the wheel on some of these, really high quality, very very polished tools. And from the block on the right, I just kind of want to talk about, how seriously we take testing. It's really important for us. If we lose the faith of our consumers through pushing broken code, it's going to be very hard to kind of re-earn that trust. We have different libraries here. So we use Applitools is a very interesting one. It's kind of visual snapshot regression testing. So it takes kind of snapshots of each component at different breakpoints in different browsers, and then it allows us to kind of compare them in a web tool. It also uses machine learning to do this image comparison. So you don't have to go through every single one. It's really powerful and has saved us a lot of manual testing. We've also automated accessibility testing through use of Axe. So that will find things like color differences and where we haven't labeled things. Unfortunately, it doesn't do all our manual testing for us, but it certainly helps out with a lot of that. And just in terms of tooling, in the kind of bottom section of the diagram, we are using the kind of a lot of best in standard tools that are kind of used across News UK. So Circle CI, EKS, which is Amazon's elastic Kubernetes solution, Figma, as already mentioned. Cool. So just in terms of usages of NewsKit, one thing I wanted to highlight was how NewsKit can be used to improve performance. So a proof of concept was conducted for the Sun, where we looked at the cards they have on their website, and we actually found that NewsKit had a smaller DOM size and better time to first paint than what they currently had. We did do some additional work with them, and fed a lot of their requirements into our team, and looking at how we can actually enhance the way we handle images and improve the way which we generate CSS breakpoints for layouts to avoid layout shift, and also to further reduce the DOM size. So these enhancements were built into NewsKit, and then actually we had another team we were working with, Virgin Radio, who almost instantly picked up these features as well. So I think it's a really good example of how this kind of centralized approach can benefit many teams, whereas previously, one team would have done that work, and they would be the only one to get the benefit of it. Another interesting project to highlight is the work we've been doing with Dow Jones. And Dow Jones are another kind of brand in News Corp, but they're not actually directly in News UK. So they weren't forced to use NewsKit, which is is maybe a good thing for us to show that it's a product that people would choose to adopt on their own free will. And I think one thing to highlight with this project is it's quite different from what we would typically build or a typical News UK title. It's very data visualization heavy. But actually, they built this title without needing for us to build too many new components or enhancements for them, which I think also speaks to the strength of the flexibility of the system in terms of how components can be themed. This product was built in 3 months, which we think is actually pretty good for the quality of the product. It is visually very good. And just in terms of how the teams worked as well, they did adopt that local design system workflow, and they actually had a team working on the local design system for Dow Jones, and then they had a team working on the specific Factiva project. And this actually means now that if Dow Jones want to build another product using NewsKit and using this local design system, it should be even quicker than that 3 months, because they can reuse those specific components for Dow Jones as well across their brands. Cool. Well, that's all from me. I'm going to hand you over to Gabriel now. But yeah, thanks for listening.
Hey, thank you, James. Hi everyone, my name is Gabriel, and I'm one of the tech leads in News UK, and I'm going to walk you through the other 2 projects from the NewsKit ecosystem, which are the NewsKit API and the. Let's first start with the API. NewsKit API provides an abstraction layer above NewsKit data services to API calls, which reduces as well and improves our performance. Also, it adds an extra layer of security, and solution is title agnostic as well. So the technology that we use is GraphQL, built with Apollo server and Apollo Federation. Everything is written on TypeScript. We use Kubernetes that is deployed on AWS EKS. We use Circle CI for our CI and CD, New Relic for monitoring, Jest for unit testing, and Pact for contract testing. A little side note for what contract testing is: it's a methodology for verifying the 2 separate systems are compatible and can communicate with each other. Before moving on with the architecture of the API, I'd like to say a few words about what Federation is, because there might be some people in the room that doesn't have experience with it. I'll show you 2 examples. The first one is a traditional approach where we don't have the Federation. So imagine that we have a user, a recommendations GraphQL API that is going to return us a list of article IDs. Then we have a separate GraphQL API that is going to return us a single article. Now, in order to get the recommendations articles for our user, first our user needs to inspect the schema of the recommendations GraphQL API, build its query, and after that send it, and he will receive an array with article IDs. Now, if he wants to get a single article, he needs to check the article GraphQL API schema, select its fields, send a single ID, and receive the article. If the user wants to get 20 IDs, he needs to repeat that request 20 times. Now let's have the same example, but with Federation on it. In order to enable Federation, we need to add another GraphQL API that is going to combine the underlying GraphQL schemas. So basically, this if you want to fetch your recommendations, you need to see the gateway schema, select your article fields, and the gateway will do everything for you. He will go to the recommendations GraphQL API, get the IDs, and after that send all IDs to the article GraphQL API, and the article GraphQL API will respond with an array with IDs that later on are provided to our user. Now let's have a look on the architecture. We have an AWS API gateway, which provides us an extra layer of security. With it, we can also identify our consumers, and we can provide them with some usage plans. After that, we have the Apollo GraphQL gateway, which is also called subgraph because, like I explained, it combines all underlying GraphQL subgraphs. The other layer that we have is our wrappers, which basically wrap our data sources that can be either GraphQL or REST API or a database. We call our GraphQL servers wrappers because they don't only serve data, but they transform it in a more convenient way for our users. With this approach, we can benefit from microservice architecture, and application can scale really well. Also, if you want to extend it, it will be really easy because we can add another wrapper here that is going to wrap our new data source. Also, with that approach, we can apply the design principle separation of concerns, which provides us the ability which provides different teams the ability to work on pieces of the GraphQL schema without interfering with each other. So we came at a point where we have built a design system and an API, but we wanted to provide even more convenient way for for the news UK titles to obtain them. That's why we decided to build the Newskit Render project, which is a modular and fully self-service rendering solution for web applications that is built, that can be scaffolded under 10 minutes, and you can use it. The goals of the render project are most importantly SEO, because we are a media company and we want our articles to be always on top on your Google search result. We also want to provide a third-party integration with we also want to provide out-of-the-box integration with third parties and also with the Newskit ecosystem. We want to provide a CI/CD pipeline that can be used out of the box, and our solution should have to be customizable, and we want all that with less configuration, if any. So technology used, we decided to use Next.js because Next.js have out-of-the-box server-side rendering that can run without any configuration whatsoever. And React, because Next works only with React, and the design system is built on React. Again, we have TypeScript. Everything is written on TypeScript. We are again deploying on EKS with Kubernetes, and we have out-of-the-box integration currently with the Newskit ecosystem. We also use Circus CI for our CI and CD, and we have third-party integrations such as New Relic and Optimize. Now, before going through the Newskit render story, I'd like to say again a few words about how Next.js works, because again, there might be some people that are unfamiliar. If you see the image on the left-hand side, we have a sample project, and the more important part here is the pages folder. Now, we have, as you can see, we have an index file there, which Next is going to translate to the home page. We can see that we have cars page inside the pages folder, which is going to be translated to domain/cars, for instance. Now let's have a quick look on such file. So let's imagine that this is the index file of the cars folder. In order for this page to be rendered by Next, we need to create a component and export it as default. As you can see on the image, our component accepts a property, which is cars, and after that is going to list it. In order to fetch these cars on the server side, what we need to do is just create get server side props function and execute our data there, our calls. And at the end, we need to return an object that has props attribute in it. And under the hood, Next.js will pass directly to the component once the data is fetched. Now let's take a quick look on the render history. With our initial release, we managed to release our core functionality, our core pages, our CI/CD pipeline, and we created a tool called Create Render App that is going to provide a convenient way to use render project. Create is a command tool that is going to ask you a series of questions, but a functional rendering solution just for you that you can really easily extend, optimize, and deploy. Out-of-the-box integrations include the Newskit, AWS infrastructure, SourcePoint for consent, Optimize for experimentation, Tilion for tag management, App library, and performance dashboard provided by New Relic. So when you scaffold the project, you're going to see something like that. You're going to have our core functionality, which is some of these pages, and some more. And at that point, Virgin Radio was the first News UK title that has decided to scaffold the project. This was a turning point into our implementation, because at that point we needed to change our way of working. Because if you want to add a new functionality here into the gray container, Virgin Radio were never going to obtain it, because they were never going to run the create render app command again. That's So what we did is to break down our logic into packages. What does that mean? We have created an account pages into our Next.js component, but the logic there was extracted into a totally separate package, which is imported, and yeah, it is working out of the box for you. We have created the same thing for the checkout package, and we're going to create the same thing for every new package. So each package has a set of rules that needs to follow. For instance, one package needs to export the page or the page's component and a function of how to receive his props. Also, all pages are data-driven, which means that the structure of the page is rendered by a config object that can be passed as props and override the default layout of the page. Also, our pages should be themable with NewsKit theme, and tests are really important for us. We need to have 100% test coverage. How can we use our new package? If Virgin Radio wants to obtain our solution, what they need to do is create an account folder into their pages folder, create an index.ts file, and just import the component they want with the function for fetching the props. Then they need to export the component as default and run get server-side props. And inside the function, just execute the function that we have already exported. Pretty simple. If they do that, they will have the default look and feel of NewsKit, but as I said, our solution is themable as well. If they want to theme it, what they need to do is create a custom theme coming from NewsKit, add their type presets, and just pass it into our component as additional prop, and after that, export it again as default. There is no change in the get server-side props function. To change the look and feel of the page, the structure, what they need to do is to create an overrideable context object that is going to override all the fields. Here you can see the full script because context object type is going to suggest you what exactly you need to add here. And voila, at the end, we've got this account solution that can be used by pretty much all titles currently in News UK. And at the end, it will be used by 7 different News UK products in product. This will result in significant cost changes because we have built it only once and not on 7. And if you want to extend it, we can pretty much add functionality in one single place, and it can be used by each titles if they need to. In conclusion, we have currently only one title that is using NewsKit solution, which is Virgin Radio, but they're going to sample for each of our other News UK titles, and there will be many others to follow. That was all from me. I hope that you enjoyed our presentation. You can always ask us for if you're interested about our solution. Here you can see our details, my contacts, and Luan's contacts. I'm also at the venue, so if you want to have a chat with me, we can meet at our stand in News UK, which is on the first floor.
Thank you, Gabriel and James. So yeah, one last slide. We're hiring, and Questus is it's our Bulgaria agency, like partner for all our hiring. We got loads of openings in data, big data, machine learning, full stack engineers, and all the things you already see and how we work. So yeah, feel free to, if you're in the venue, feel free to talk to our guys at our store. And if you're online, yeah, do check out our newskit.co.uk website and yeah, ask us any questions. So that's all for today. Now we open for some questions.
I just watched time in Bulgaria, so maybe people are hungry.
Yes, I think everyone's eager for lunch now. So yeah, we'll leave here. If any questions, do come talk to us. We're looking forward to hear from you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you're not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
feels cozy to work in Lab 08. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Lab 08's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Lab 08 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Lab 08. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I like about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation. That's really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. I stepped these guys. A really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
The growth of a run team, and we've built a really amazing.
It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have an ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tool, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling, but not just here, but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found its unique culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripe forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for data art. Data art doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to data art's flexibility. Data art's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. Data art is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for data art and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join data art.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling, audio blockbusters, series, documentaries, and more. It's not another podcast, but an audio app unlike any other app. It's FIO. You think that's already crazy? Wait, there is one more thing. We are ready to put a smile on people's faces with comedy they love. With Smile, our new app, you can access the humor you love fast and easy. With a unique content discovery interface that allows you to switch seamlessly between short and long-form content. Finally, we'll bring together what belongs together. Users who love to see exclusive comedy content and talented artists on the rise. We are more innovative, more uncompromising, more creative than ever before. We're always driven by our obsession to create unseen entertainment experiences for our audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is entertainment thinking.
Stripes Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertain thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us.
It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
Labo 8, you're not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for our customers.
Being a part of Labo 8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo 8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Labo 8. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for data art. Data art doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to its flexibility. Data art's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. Data art is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for data art and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join data art.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling.
All right, it appears like we're online. Just waiting for a quick confirmation to make sure that everything is set up correctly. Okay, I should be online now. Just waiting a couple of seconds to make sure that everything is set up correctly.
Okay, it appears like there might be some audio issues, so give it a minute, guys. Yeah, for the ones that might be hearing me, I hope you guys are having a great time at JSTalks this year. For those of you that are not here for the first time, you probably know that I've also been attending the event every year. I'm a big fan of it. And there were some great talks this year as well. So I hope that you enjoy mine as well. Although it might seem initially that it's not JavaScript related, because if you saw the description, it goes around Apple technologies like the Find My Network and AirTags. I've actually introduced quite some content around JavaScript, Node.js, maybe displaying data with React and things like that. So it should be fitting our main technology here, main programming language, which is JavaScript. All right. Seems like we're almost there. So I'll share my screen. And we can jump to the presentation. Okay, so my talk this year is called "You Stole the Wrong Car." It's an unexpected one. It's something that just happened out of nowhere, but it got me into the technology itself. So I'll tell you the story. There's something for everyone here. There are many business cases that I think could be built around this. Business opportunities from app offered by Apple as well. But also for researchers like me, there's also software, open source software involved. And we can make all of this work, bridge the gaps between different technologies, and go towards JavaScript as well. You can probably understand what the topic is. It was something really unfortunate that basically ruined my... And for those of you that don't know me, I'm someone of software engineer at TPAM, as you can probably see here. But by now it's getting like the amount of different things I'm interested in is getting to ridiculous levels. So I don't even bother mentioning all of them at this point. But the main gist is 3D graphics, some IoT, 3D scanning, photogrammetry outside of my job. And in my job, I'm a software engineer at TPAM. Somehow I always end up in the banking industry, which is a domain I have experience in now and I enjoy. And I guess that's why my hobby is a bit different, because I probably don't want to be doing the same things all the time. So, like the agenda, when it comes time to going on vacation, it's always good to have some good security practices. So we will review some of them. I'll tell you a bit about the journey, how the car was stolen. Luckily, I ended up having an AirTag in it, so I managed to recover it quite quickly. But we will also see the technologies behind AirTags. Some of Apple's frameworks like nearby interaction that give you access to those. Underneath its ultra wideband technology, the Find My network, which builds on top of all of this. But it requires a license, as you will see later. And OpenStack is a really nice reverse engineering open source proof of concept. Some researchers from CMO Lab got together. They reverse engineered the Find My network protocol. So for people like me, which cannot get a license for the Find My network open haystack, is something really interesting that I got into. So we'll go around it. We'll see some use cases that can be built around this, and eventually, if we learn some lessons after this story, hopefully yes, we will go through them. Again, a huge thank you to our sponsors. I already told you I'm from EPAM Systems. I enjoy this event every year, and my company is a general sponsor. But of course, all the rest that make this possible. And before we start, I need to put in a big disclaimer. Neither my company is related to this, nor any of the companies that you hear being mentioned during the talk. They're purely illustrative. That would make the presentation possible. So yeah, they are not related to the talk itself. And this talk is a bit of a gray area because it relates to privacy a lot. And privacy is a complex subject. You probably don't want to be making your opinion based on what I told you, but I believe everybody should make their own educated opinion on privacy, as you'll probably see during the talk itself. So while it allows you to do certain things, it has some disadvantages elsewhere. So this year when it came, so I'm the type of person that works throughout the entire year, and I really value my vacation. So I take vacation only once a year for longer periods of time, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And during that time, I really try to, go offline, spend some quality time with my family, with my loved ones, try not to do any work. Although everybody knows that this is a bit of a mirage. But yeah, I'm, vacation is something sacred to me, and probably as most people that grew up in Italy and Italian working culture, this is what we do. Like August is time for vacation. So when it came time for my vacation, I want to make sure that I won't get disturbed. So I try to adopt a lot of good security practices so that I don't have mishaps during that time. But it's not only about vacation, of course. This is just generally, it's good to follow some of these things so that we don't lose data, we don't leak some important information. So what I do with regards to backups, for example, I keep offline backups. Well, offline is maybe not the right wording, but I keep backups in many different locations. True that they are offline, but that's manual. It's done manually and not very often. I backup to many different locations, to 3 different locations. Before I make sure that the backups are verified, checked, and this would probably protect against ransomware, although it's difficult to say what kind of ransomware you encounter. Hopefully none. But if you plant some of these sensors around your storage and you know how they should look like, you would probably, before backing up, you can probably make sure that you are not attacked by some kind of ransomware. I have my backup servers from home, so they can boot up into a dummy OS if you don't insert the right password, and they phone home so that I can try to locate them if they get stolen. And of course, nothing can prevent hardware attacks. I mean, people can just bust in your house and steal your servers. So when I go to vacation, every camera, every single like photosensitive sensor becomes a camera, which I can access remotely, see what's happening, and try to act in case something bad happens. I try to limit disclosure, so I don't tell everybody on Facebook that I go on vacation or upload pictures. That would make it rather vulnerable or a target. Although, as you see, I made other errors, but hopefully that's a lesson learned. And if everything of this fails, I also put some hardware defense in place. So these cats, before you can get out with my hardware, you need to feed them, and they're always hungry. So it's like there was a name for this attack, like a timing attack, slowing attackers. The journey itself. So as some of you know, I live in Italy, so I try to visit whenever possible the northern part. This time I decided to take the longer route, just to have some fun, maybe visit a couple of beaches. So I went through the south, picking a ferry from Greece, and spent some time in southern Italy before going back up north. Wander around as much as possible. What you know, the first day my car gets stolen. So that was super unexpected, because I've spent quite some time living here, and I didn't know car theft was a thing. It's not the red car. We drove with two cars, a red one and a white one, and the car that's missing here is the white one, which was parked right in front of the red one. So that was well, initially it was very frustrating when we went into the morning, like the first morning we woke up, and the car is rather high. It's a compact one, but it stands a bit higher from the ground, so I could see from quite some distance that the car was missing, and already knew what's happening. So the first thing we did was obviously call the police. In these cases, you want to make sure you do everything related to insurance right. So what insurance wants you to do is, because you're the first suspect, basically, in these cases, they think that you might have done something to the car to make some kind of insurance scam. So you want to make sure you talk to the police, make sure the car was not repoed. So we talked to the local police. When they understood what kind of car it was, they were sure it was stolen, because apparently we went to Italy with the most stolen car there, number one on the thieves list. But the second thing I did was to remember that I have put an AirTag. Oh, by the way, and there was also this guy that looked really suspicious that we saw later. I don't know, he might have been related to all this and probably waiting to steal the second car. And as soon as I started filming him, he ran away. So that was super weird. But the other thing, I remember that I tossed in an AirTag in that car. I had these AirTags lying around, and I'll tell you why. This was pure luck. And when I went on vacation, I said, hey, I have these AirTags. Let me just put one in each car. Bad things happen, so you never know. And I was super lucky. Like, I cannot, still to this day, I cannot believe this. For those of you that don't have iOS devices, this is basically the Find My app on iPhones. and you have a bunch of objects or AirTags that are being displayed here. And for each one, you can see the most up-to-date location, maybe make it emit a sound, declare it as a stolen. So if people find it, they can, well, not stolen, but lost, sorry. Declare it as lost so that if people find it, they can help you retrieve it. What else? And I'll tell you the details of how all of this works. This is what this talk is about, right? And I'm really sorry in advance that I don't have the right setup, because I'm currently here again, where I don't have all of my studio environment to correctly show all of the hardware that we're going to look into, maybe different cameras. So I'll be showing things on the camera for you, and I'm sorry in advance. There is also a recorded version of this talk, which I did earlier this month on Community Z, which is a development group, an engineering group, and the conference group, where you can find this talk by the same title. So next what we did was obviously call the police immediately, tell them, hey, our car, like, we actually managed to find the car. I told the insurance company that we might have found the car because I wasn't in possession yet immediately. It was 30 minutes away. What does it say here? 38 kilometers away, 30 minutes away. So we drove immediately to the location that was reported by. Actually, before driving there, we told the police where the car was, and I always admired the Italian carabinieri. They are, if you, in my opinion, my humble personal opinion, they are the most professional policing body, at least that I've ever seen. And they did a great job, in the matter of from the call to them retrieving the vehicle. It was a matter of maybe 15 minutes. And they called me and they said, hey, we find your car, come and get it. Actually, come and get it immediately, because this might be the last time you ever hear about it or see it. Not sure why. I think there is some legislation around what they can do with the car and what not. But what the military man told me when we got there was that he also found the AirTag. It was tucked into the door panel, and the AirTag itself was making a sound. Now, this is not a bug, that's a feature. So whenever Apple detects that a certain AirTag has been following somebody, maybe with an iPhone, so I think in this case, maybe the thieves had an iPhone, the AirTag starts making a sound. And I'll show you more of it. And this is a privacy concern, because you might also be misusing AirTags for stalking people, trying to log their locations, see where they go, and this is why privacy is complex. But obviously, in my case, this was the fact that the thieves didn't hear the AirTag was all at my advantage. So it's hard to say whether you should have this emitting sound or not. Right now there is, but I really hope that Apple gives you the option to somehow disable it, so that the tag itself is not easy to find, because the quickest thing that these thieves could do is just locate the AirTag by sound and throw it away. AirTags. I don't know if you've seen one yet, but I'll try to show it on the camera. So it's this little thing. It has a small 3-volt battery. So you can open it by rotating the lid. It has this 3-volt battery inside. And all the chips are underneath the battery. And I have one open for you also, the lower panel here. So the same AirTag with the lid on top. The lower panel, and once you remove the lower panel, you can do that with phone tools. You have all the circuitry exposed, And you can see the coil here. This is what makes sound. So it's actually rather trivial to disable. You can just cut the coil. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying you could. But I know that if I want to be able to ever retrieve my vehicles, I don't want this thing to be making sound. Obviously, I'm a big user of AirTags now, but they are rather expensive. So I will also show you different accessories during this talk. I'll show you how to build your own AirTag using different devices. So once you understand how the technology underneath works, and it's essentially Bluetooth low energy beacons, you can quite easily build yourselves with chips like this, the ESP32. This is a development board, so it's bigger. The actual chip is this part. But anything that supports Bluetooth low energy, you can make become an AirTag-like device, of course. Why I had an AirTag in the car was very funny to me. Earlier last year or this year, I don't remember anymore, I made this talk where I showed you how you can scan surfaces and build 3D models from them to, or at least improve user experiences by using AR and immersive media content. But I very soon got into problems with 3D scanning. And when Apple released the AirTags, I had an idea. So let me show you with a video what this idea was. Maybe I'll try to pause it. So let's say you're trying to scan a 3D scene, and maybe you're doing this scan with more than one device. So maybe you use 2 iPhones with a well-known distance between them, and you make use of all of the sensors they have. Actually, these devices right now, they're very, very sensor rich. You have gravity vectors, you have orientation information all the time, quite precise. Obviously, tracking and drifting are still problems. But I was trying to address another problem. So when you scan up close, so you get really close to a surface, at some point this surface becomes so homogeneous that you lose track of the scanning itself. Like you can no longer understand which part of the surface you're scanning, which part you're moving towards, again, because of homogeneous surfaces. And that quickly made it unusable for me, at least if I wanted to produce high quality 3D scans. By the way, since Mojave now, so this is already a bit old. In macOS Mojave, there is a great photogrammetry API actually that produces high quality results only with photos. So you don't necessarily need to try to make use of things like LiDAR sensors, all the cameras manually. But there is already an API in Mojave. It's called Object Creation, I believe, something like that. But here's my idea. So I'm unable to understand what is the right location of, oops, sorry, I did something bad. Let me do this again. Okay. I'm unable to locate the location of my phone, so let me use AirTags. So I can put these AirTags in a scene as anchors. If I know their location and I put many of them, I can triangulate the position of the phone with a certain precision, let's say. But I very soon understood that actually Apple does not expose an API for these AirTags. Later, I also figured out that you can actually jailbreak these AirTags, but I'm not sure how legal that is. But there is another API that you can use to get proximity information. It's called the Nearby Interaction API from Apple. So we'll go through it very, very quickly. Also because this is a JavaScript conference. So I just wanted to show you if I can exit from here. Yeah. Because all these APIs are very, very simple to use. from the Apple portal. The framework is called Nearby. It is called NI, Nearby Interaction Applicable. So there are two concepts. You make use of this framework, and you also need to make use of a multi-peer connectivity framework, which is essentially a channel that would let you exchange authentication information. So before you can connect two devices to understand the connectivity between, you need to exchange authentication. And by the way, the two devices we're speaking here are two iPhones. So that's the demo I'll show you quickly. The idea is that you can understand how far they are from each other. And the technology behind this is, again, ultra wideband. So ultra wideband are very quick signal impulses, and it's a time of flight system. So you can calculate based on how much time it took the signal to arrive, where it's coming from. So a few concepts. You have NI session, just like anything related to Apple SDKs and frameworks. And we can actually go into a startup. So you create the NI session, you instantiate that. You set yourself as a callback receiver, if it makes it easier to understand, but delegate should self-inventory as well. You start connecting to a peer to exchange this authentication token. The rest we don't actually. These are the callbacks that get called. So this is the NI session delegate. You get a list of nearby objects, and every nearby object contains, actually, let's do it. So it has a distance property, which is a float. Yeah. And you can also, if I don't remember correctly, you can also get a 3D vector to it. But let me run this demo quickly, because we're running also a bit out of time, and these projects are available. That's not something that I did. They're available on the internet, so you can download them and check them out. But if I start this application on the two iPhones, you can see that they can get a reading using this code of the distance between them. So moving forward, is the Corvo ultra wideband chip, and it's this one here. This is the Corvo ultra wideband development board, and it's the same chip. Well, it's not the same chip, but the same technology that's in the AirTag. This is the chip itself, and the rest is the development board. It's an Arduino shield, so you can attach it to an Arduino. If you have the Bluetooth shield as well, if you're like me and don't have a Bluetooth shield and you're impacted by silicon shortages, you can get one of these, the NRF development board. So this is a Bluetooth low energy / NFC radio development board. It gives you nice APIs to interact with these technologies. So just like with the nearby interaction, you can use the nearby accessory interaction framework by Apple to program devices different than the iPhone. So nearby interaction is only for iPhones, and nearby accessory interaction is for things like the AirTag, which are closed, but manufacturers can make custom ultra wideband accessories. So the program I'll show you for this board what it does is very similar to nearby interaction itself. It uses Bluetooth to exchange an authentication token. So something like multi-peer connectivity, but in this case, it's explicitly Bluetooth. So multi-peer connectivity is just Bluetooth and or wireless, depending on what's available. So it would see kind of a possible channel to establish the communication. And here we only use Bluetooth. So this project as well, we can skip rather quickly through it, because it's available. NI nearby accessory interaction. So same ideas. We have some messages to let essentially make authentication possible, let the device how we would like it to work, like what frequency of the updates we would like to be getting. Oh, sorry, a short correction. So the framework is still nearby interaction, right? But the session is different. So in this case, it's not NI session, it's NI nearby. Oh, sorry, where is the session? Still is NI session, but the configuration you give is different. So it's nearby accessory configuration. And this object needs to contain an authentication token from the IoT device / the accessory. Don't need this one. So we ask our accessory through Bluetooth to give us an authentication token, and with that token we create the configuration object, and we can start the session just like we did with the other NI session. We start getting these updates, exactly the same ones. And here we can, just like with nearby interaction, we can actually try to calculate a distance value and also a 3D vector, which would be a 3D vector towards our device based on this angle of arrival calculation. So I'll show you this one quickly as well. Let's see how much time it takes me to plug in a micro USB. The previous, okay, this time it was quick, but that's a message for using USB-C as more as possible. So if I turn this on, remember this is just like an AirTag, and I run that application. In theory, I should start getting updates from this device. And again, I didn't spend too much time on this, so yeah, that might not be necessarily correct, but I made some changes in the meantime. If you want to see a proper demo, you can head over to the other talk, but I believe you got the gist of this. So, and this is a bit limited just as a device. So if it was not accurate, is because this only has one transmitter / receiver, and things like the AirTag, they have two. So it's easier to determine a 3D location with this one. It's the distance vector itself is the accurate one. You would need more of these chips deployed to get a more accurate 3D vector. So Find My Network. So how does this all relate to Find My Network? Well, I'll tell you what the Find My Network is and how it works. So a short, a very, very high level understanding of the Find My Network. Of course, the technologies we just saw, they are contained in the AirTags, which work with the Find My Network, but they are not a core part of it. What is a core part of Find My Network is actually, well, so first what it is. Of course, it's the biggest crowdsource backbone out there for object localization. There's really nothing that can compete it right now, just to the amount, just by the way it works, the features it provides, and the amount of iPhones out there. So every iPhone is actually participating in this conversation, and you can also make like custom hardware that participates. But how it at the core of it is really just very simple. Well, simple, maybe not so simple, but if you're into cryptography, this would all make sense because it's just a public key or asymmetric cryptography at its core. So how it works is that a load device advertises a public key as a Bluetooth low energy beacon. And most of you know what a public key is. It's information, that's why it's public. It's information that everybody can get. It's not a particular, that's the way it works. So it's not an issue. What happened? It's not an issue if wrong people read this public key. Finder devices. So let's say I have my AirTag is lost, so it's beaconing a public key. Then a finder device, an iPhone, finds it, and the iPhone knows where it found the AirTag. It knows the GPS coordinates, so it can use the public key to encrypt them and send them to Apple. So at this point, you know that the only party that can decrypt these coordinates is the owner of the private key. So owner devices, let's say this one, they have the private key and they can download the location reports from Apple, try to identify which ones are theirs through key derivation algorithms, decrypt them, and figure out where an AirTag was found in the environment. But it requires a license. So me not being a business and doing this mainly for research, I need to rely on other mechanism. And this is where OpenHaystack comes in. As I told you, it's open source prototype level software, maybe. But it's a really nice proof of concept. And they reverse engineer the Find My network. It can support everything that that I already told you about. It has a nice graphical interface where you can configure different devices, and it really works, as I told you, like with any BOE capable device. They provide firmwares for ESP32s. These things here. So these are all ESP32 development boards. And the firmware is quite easy to configure, flash, and actually use this to locate your objects. Obviously, you can understand that I'm using these things everywhere now. Bluetooth low energy. What I was trying to say is Bluetooth low energy devices can be any Linux box like these Raspberries, for example. So the version 4 has a wireless and Bluetooth communication stack on top, so you can just program simple Raspberry Pis to advertise these beacons. And they also give you firmware for the microbit version 1. In my case, I had the microbit version 2. So I also wrote some software that I wrote firmware that would work for the microbit version 2. I made a pull request on OpenHaystack. So if you have a version 2, you need to check out the pull request branch for the V2. It's still not merged. Yeah. So let me do a quick demo of OpenHaystack. I have it open here, as you probably saw. So this is the application you download from GitHub. You need to install a plugin for mail so that they can authenticate against Apple servers and download these reports. You add new devices with the plus icon. Now, if we go by what I just told you, oh, something's happening. That's the wrong one. Just let me close some windows so that I don't mess things up. Okay, so I'll start again. Where was I? Yeah, so you have this nice user interface. You can add devices from here. You can export your devices. And if you follow what I told you about how the Find My Networks network works, these are all private keys. All objects containing a private key, as you will see later. And when you configure the device, you need to derive a public key and put it on the device. All the key derivation algorithms, all the hashing involved is actually in the Open Haystack research paper, which you can read if you want to understand or write your own program to do this. But in my case, it was the best thing I could do. You know, the most bang for the buck was just modify Open Haystack to do whatever I wanted to do. So I can get data out of Apple servers out, as we'll see later. I can write some JavaScript software to publish it in the formats I need to share it with other applications right here. So I use this application mainly, and also other software, as you see, to run some logic on top of this. So one of the main features that's lacking, if you ask me, is that you cannot understand when a device moves. So this is really important, right? You leave your object somewhere, you want to know when it moves. So this is something that's missing from Apple, and you can build here quite easy. So this is Open Haystack. I want to show you the firmware it ships with. And maybe we don't have too much time, so I'll go quickly about this. Well, the ESP, so this is what you download. You have a firmware folder, ESP32, generic Linux communication interfaces. They provide you a script in Python to configure the Bluetooth advertisement template. They give you the microbit V1, and this is what I wrote for the V2. Obviously, this is my like work in progress thing, not the official pull request. That one is on GitHub. But if you look at the source code very quickly, you have a public key that you can generate from Open Haystack. So this new accessory that we created, we can derive a public key as a byte array, put it in here. And last time I forgot a semicolon, and I spent 5 minutes trying to figure out what was wrong. Well, maybe not 5 minutes, but I did need to redo the recording. So we have the public key here. We have a protocol, which is the Apple protocol for the beacon. Bluetooth Low Energy has some limitations in terms of payload size. So Apple did some smart workarounds where part of the key also becomes the MAC address, so that they can increase the payload size a little bit. All the zeros get filled with the remaining part of the key, and all of this is done in the few advertising template code plus this interpolation here. The stack that is used here for Bluetooth has the MAC address reversed So it's being flipped here. But once you configure everything, you start advertising, and these beacons, these Bluetooth low energy beacons, they will get picked up by any iPhone out there, and the location of the beacon will be reported to Apple. And how often and when is actually reported in the research paper as well. But you can use something like Docker to build this firmware, so that, because for IoT, you probably know that there are a lot of tool chains involved, and a lot of tooling involved, and there is a convenient Docker image that's provided in a Git repo that's called microbit samples, that has all the necessary tools to build this firmware. So you can just run the Docker image on top of this folder, and it will eventually output our binary firmware. In the meantime, I'll connect the microbit. I'm just wondering, yeah, this cable here maybe. Okay, so the firmware is built here, microbit hex. We can just copy over to the microbit now, which mounts as a volume. I can see the thing flashing, which means that the firmware is being uploaded. And let's look at the JSTalks animation. Maybe it makes for a nice thumbnail, right? So as this text is scrolling, our beacon is being advertised, and iPhones can pick it up. So there's that. You can also look at the BLE packets, but I'm running out of time here a little bit. So you can use in the additional tools for Xcode, there is Packet Logger. Where you can look at the payloads that are traveling back and forward from Bluetooth beacons. And I didn't want to waste time searching for packets, so I have some screenshots here. You can see the payload that's traveling here, 1EFF4C, and then the remaining part is interpolated public key as well as the address. That's a Find My compatible beacon. Now, how you can see that is that if you go here, you see 1EFF4C001219, and the rest is interpolation of the public key. So you can observe this data. Personally, I prefer working with Wireshark. If this is the tool of your choice, you can export from Packet Logger. So you go File, Export, and you can open these packets. Yeah, with Wireshark, it's a bit easier if you're used to the tool. Okay, so what else? Okay, so all of this, it pushes what you can do with the Find My app on iPhones a little bit, and what Apple gives you. Particularly, you have access to 7-day location history. So in this device here, yesterday I went for a short trip. Let's see. Oh, maybe it was this one. So with this device, I went for a short trip yesterday to the Monza racetrack, actually, which was closed, unfortunately. So you can, just by looking at this data, you can kind of tell the way I took, right? So It's quite accurate, honestly. There's accuracy data, better accuracy data around, but you can quite reliably find objects with this. So in this case, the last location it picked at Monza was this one, and I was about somewhere here actually. So quite some distance, but it also depends on the amount of iPhones around. So the more iPhones you have, the more this location will be reported. In my case, it was only me, I believe, because I was alone in the car. So you have much more data than what you get out of the Find My app. You can export this location because this is open source software. You can do whatever you want with the data outside of Apple's ecosystem, and then you can start building that alerting and monitoring logic, which is quite nice. Like as soon as an object starts moving, do something with it. So let me show. I wrote some code in OpenHaystack, really amateurish, to export the data in CSV format, but you can also do other exports. Like you can export a plist containing all your gadgets from OpenHaystack. Then you can export CSVs. You can write very simple code that just comma separates latitude and longitude. Wrote some converters to make this useful in JSON for JavaScript. And if you probably know that Google's preferred format for these things is KML. So it's actually KML and XML at the end of the day, some particular schema. So it's quite easy to write code that outputs KML as well. So let's look at it. The first thing is, let's see, out. So I have a plist, which is the export of the devices. So if you have here, you have an export button, and plist is just Apple XML if you want. Now they have a binary format, but you know, if you look at it, and I'm just doing this so that we have better understanding of what's happening. So let's send this plist to the Node.js script that would convert it in JavaScript. Wisdom. And I think if you wanted to, so this is the data that the binary plist contains. It's a Node.js packet that you can use to parse it. I don't know if any of you has ever had to do this, but I much prefer, like when I manipulate data, it's either Node.js or Python always. So plist dump, it's a really simple Node.js script. There's a package binary plist that can parse plists, and then you declare pipeline to convert the input, parse the binary, and push it to the standard output. So I think if we want to pretty print this, it's JSON tools. Of course, it's not. Oh, I'm not keeping history of this. Well, what I wanted to show you here is that we have every device in OpenHaystack and the private key. So this is really important to be able to. Well, this is what essentially defines a gadget in our ecosystem. Then the almost separated waypoints we can just export to JSON to make them usable. Maybe a React application that I'll show you quickly. So again, just get the CSV values, use CSV parse, and output timestamps, latitudes and longitudes. And then we have the KML, which again, KML is just XML, so it's quite the same thing. And then you can have some specific cameras, like where do you want for this place mark the camera to be, which point should be illustrating at what altitude, latitude, longitude, and so on and so forth. Quite convenient, but I'm a bit allergic to XML, honestly. So let's see the React app. So the React app, find my React. Yeah, just get the waypoints in a JSON format and display a Google map and every latitude and longitude as a marker. Quite straightforward. And what you see is the same data that we saw in OpenHaystack, but just being displayed outside of ecosystem, essentially, right? There we go. Okay. Now, the other thing is that if we have the KML format, Google uses it everywhere. So we can actually load this in Google Word, the KML export. Let's see if it loads. And I've actually already done this. So just you go into the projects, new project, import KML from the computer. That's the one I have. I took a walk around our EPAM office earlier last month. So these are all the locations that I visited. And I have to say, again, quite accurate. Now, there are some obvious outliers like this one. And let's see how this moves. Right. So you can, the best thing about having an open ecosystem is that you can use many different softwares to visualize the data. With that said, and I only have 2 minutes apparently, what are the lessons learned? Well, don't become a target. As I said, I went to Italy with the most stolen car to Italy, so that's not something you want to do generally. Like, don't highlight yourself, don't inform yourself about the locations you visit, what's being stolen the most, why, and so on and so forth. Apparently, hence doesn't exist. So the first thing I told the police was, hey, you can just use camera footage, surveillance footage to figure out who has my car. But that's not really the case. It's not how it works. Apparently, people like police does not even have a facial recognition database. So what they do is really go around, show faces to people and ask them if they know this person. If you enjoyed this talk, there is Pwned by the Owner, which is super entertaining. It's a similar story with computer hardware on YouTube that you can find. This is the link to OpenHaystack on GitHub. And thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A, but I will be available for a meeting. You can find the links to book a time slot for me on the JSTalks website. And once again, thank you to our sponsors, and thank you for being with me during the last hour. Hope to see you again on the next edition of JSTalks, and hope you enjoyed this. Bye-bye.
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term valuation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. I'm ready. Okay, folks. I believe we started the stream. It's 15 minutes after the hour start. Yeah, please, dear moderator, could you confirm that we are live, that we are streaming? Yay, we are live. Nice. So, happy Saturday, folks, and thanks that you are investing your time into watching JSTalks conference. This is a smart investment of your weekend time. It's always good to learn something new, and I'll do my best to introduce some cool new things that we are now having available on web frontend as web frontend developers. Okay, let me find my slide notes. Yay. I called my session Native Web Apps. Are we there yet? And I want you to answer this question. Like, can we say that web applications are so well integrated to operating systems, to underlying hardware, that we can say, yeah, they are really native for this particular platform? So in my session, we'll try to answer the questions, two of them. First, we'll try to understand whatever makes this native feeling of the particular application to the platform. So why can we say about one application that wow, this is really like was created for this particular platform. It uses all the possible features, and for another application we say it's something like alien for this operating system, for this device, because maybe is it slow or just doesn't use all the possible features of operating system. So we'll try to find answer to this question. And of course, since we are talking about JavaScript, it's JSTalks after all, we'll try to understand what's going on in that sense with web applications. Time to introduce myself, finally. My name is Maxim Salnikov. I work in Microsoft as a developer engagement lead. I help people with adopting cloud technologies. And of course, web is it's very serious part of the cloud, and we have really nice offerings for web developers and web front-end developers, to be precise. And yeah, I stream live from Oslo, where I live, Oslo, capital of Norway. By the way, I visited Bulgaria a couple of times for speaking at JSTalks and I believe a few other conferences. And I really want to return in person right after it becomes possible, right after it's safe enough for myself and for all attendees to meet all together in person. Yeah. Saying that, I'm a big fan of developer communities, developer conferences. I run a few initiatives myself here in Norway, dedicated to progressive apps, dedicated to front-end development in general. And yeah, in October, for example, I helped to organize maybe the largest conference about progressive apps called PWA Summit. So I strongly recommend you to find the playlist of videos we had as a part of this conference on YouTube. So this is a real snapshot of all the latest and greatest things happening in the progressive web apps area. And yeah, let's stay connected on Twitter. WebMaxRU, this is my Twitter handle. I tweet mainly about progressive web apps, about web frontend. all interesting ways to build front-end web applications. Let's be friends on social media. Okay, before we dive deeper into integration of web applications and platforms, let's discuss a bit why do we ever can reason about web as about platform where we build applications, where we distribute applications, and where we, after all, use applications, because we are not only developers, we are active users of applications, web applications ourselves, right? So this is very normal that for doing something on for job or for hobby, we do not start some application on operating system, right? We open browser and we use either this or that service, or everything is moving to the browser. So why is this happening? Lots of advantages. Lots of advantages both for developers and users to use exactly web as a platform. Current modern browsers are all evergreen. It means that we don't have to care anymore about which version are we running. We don't have to care about going and update the browser. So it all happens automatically for vast majority of our dear users. And of course, it simplifies life of developers a lot. So for example, I cannot say you folks right here, right now, which version of Chromium I have for my Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge browser, because it might be updated right before the session, and in a big picture I don't care about is it like 96 or 97. Maybe I'll somehow celebrate version number 100. So maybe you'll hear, maybe we'll all hear something from the developers, because this is quite a milestone. Then we have language. JavaScript, right? JavaScript talks, and some people love JavaScript, some people hate JavaScript, but I think everyone agrees that this is very versatile language. You can use multiple paradigms, multiple approaches, multiple methodologies to build your applications using this language. And by the way, maybe this statement from me is somehow outdated, because with gaining popularity from web assembly technology, now we are not limited to use only JavaScript as a language. So a bunch of other languages are available as kind of native ones for the web. And of course, I'm not even saying about different language we build our application and then transpile to JavaScript. So maybe these days you mainly work not with JS but with TS, with TypeScript. So it's very convenient to build web apps these days. Then we, after all, need some engine where to run the code we wrote as developers, and on that sense we are fully supported by browser vendors and developers from these companies. They really invest lots of efforts into making engines that run JavaScript as performant as possible, as fast as possible, as bug-free as possible. So to some extent, we even can write maybe not super optimized code ourselves, but in many cases, JavaScript engines will optimize everything for us. And I already mentioned about ways to use other languages to build web front-end experiences. So in that area, tooling is just perfect. And like we, for example, use TypeScript. It all transpiled under the hood, somewhere in background. We don't care about all these processes once we set this up. And we have best-in-class support for IDEs, VS Code, other editors, extensions that simplify our life as developers a lot. And we are many millions or maybe tens of millions of JavaScript developers are on our planet. That means that we can always get some support, some inspiration from our peers who also build JavaScript applications. Okay, looks maybe too good to be true, right? And what are about disadvantages? Yes, there are a couple of, at least. First, web was not invented like a place to run applications. It was invented like a place to post some static documents just interconnected with each other, like hyperlinks, enriched texts, something like this, like more than 30 years ago. And what we have now is maybe completely was like unexpected from Tim Berners-Lee, who invented all this awesome technology. And now we struggle with the fact that our applications are too dependent on connection status. Of course, we have now different layers of cache, HTTP cache, and cache storage driven by service workers. So we somehow try to fix this connection. And once application was somehow downloaded, right? Maybe now we have all the tools to keep this persistent on the user device, so not to depend on connection status anymore. Until we need direct access to either API endpoint or some CDN, and even in that case, we can optimize experience a lot by just implementing smart caching. But this technical talk is not about dealing with this disadvantage. I want to focus on that part. Another weak side of web front-end applications is they're dependent on the browser itself, right? So we always think about web project like something that we run in the browser, something that always starts from typing URL in the address bar. And let's try to imagine what if web applications, again, once accessed, once fetched, becomes real applications, and they do not care about being connected to browser anymore, at least on the visible level for us and for our users. And actually, all beautiful story of progressive web apps started with say idea exactly about that. So this is quite famous article by Alex Russell. You see it's June 2015. Maybe this is official birthday of PWA as at least as a well described concept. And the article is about how to jump off the browser frame, the browser Chrome, how to give like separate life to the applications we build for web frontend. So fast forward to our days, approximately 1/5 of internet served by pages controlled by service worker. That's quite inspiring number, and that means that quite popular, quite large websites are using this technology. So obviously they see some benefits in having their web experiences like progressive ones for their users. If we try to, but if we go back to this slide, it's still about pages controlled by service worker, right? And in a big picture, you can create your progressive web application, which is offline ready, offline friendly, offline first, but still not installable. It's technically possible. You just do not provide corresponding web app manifest. If we try to approximate number of websites we can install, we can take this number as an approximation. This is a number from some guesstimate, some best guess calculated by Maximiliano Firtman. Maybe he's the the best explorer in researcher, better term, in that area. So everything what's related to these integration points between websites or web apps or web projects, you name it, and the operating system. So we can think about around 1.5 million of installable applications available on the web, and of course this is increasing very fast. If we try to understand what are like the core differences between the native applications and web applications, and native, what do I mean? Native, you use native tools for this particular platform. So if we talk about iOS, we build native applications using in Swift, right? If this is Windows, well, multiple options are available, starting from C++ to .NET, so something that after all we have as a something.exe. And similar, like it's very own native format for Mac operating system, native format for Linux, for Android. So yeah, if you wish to build applications for all platforms, you just create multiple applications, right? And we can define nativeness. I'm not sure that this word ever exists, but we can introduce this, right? Let's agree that this word exists. Nativeness. This is number and depth of integrations or integration points of the application and the platform. This is exactly what builds this feeling. And by the way, of course, it's another very important criteria of let's say nativeness is performance, but we keep this part of nativeness a bit out of scope for today's session. So let's just assume that we always build nice performant applications like 60 FPS. So tools are available both for native and web applications. So let's talk about a bit deeper things like these real integration endpoints. And on the website we have reach. So no borders in form of application stores, no borders in the form of download the application and install application before using this. If we build proper PWA experience for the user, it works like you type or maybe even step back, you search for the application using search engine, you click the URL address, and that's pretty much it for you to have your application always ready on your particular device where you accessed this URL. So if you create a proper service worker, it's carefully pre-cached, it's ready to work offline and ready to work in very optimized in terms of networking mode, even online. So then PWA is trying to gather the best values both in nativeness and reach. Okay, let's try to estimate or evaluate. Are we there or not? And again, I do not give you answers. Every person decides themselves. Are we there or not yet? What's available these days? And actually, idea of this technical session came to me after I tried to find a kind of complete list of how can we integrate our web application or progressive web application, to be precise, with our operating system better. Because there are many separate articles, videos about this piece of integration or that part of integration, but I never was able to find more or less just a list, like kind of check marks. And this is why I decided maybe this will be usable for dev community. So this is why I'm speaking in front of you on this virtual stage about that particular topic. And I tried to group all these possible integrations to some categories. First, and maybe foremost, after all, it all starts with kind of installation. Everything related to installation and let's say, run mode of the web application. Then we are talking about some interfaces all the time. And after all, web applications, at least the ones we build in front-end web, are for us, for users. So it's important to understand what kind of tools, what kind of helpers do we have for proper wrapping our application to Windows. Yeah, we can say that anytime we run something in some box that we can call window. Then our application wants to be connected with the outer world. This is why we need to have, or like at least possibilities to build nice outbound integration as well as inbound integrations. By outbound, I mean when we launch or use some pieces of operating system from our application, while inbound, it's more about how we start our application. And again, multiple options are available. Also, quite important part of connection of the app and operating system is the way we can notify our users about something. Then to, let's say, remove some tasks from foreground mode and maybe to run some tasks with some cadence, with some schedule, we need to find a way to run some pieces or some parts of our code in the background, either parallel with our forefront part of application or completely detached from its life cycle. So this is very important part of the integration. And let's say for native apps, there are multiple APIs are available for that kind of tasks. Then we launch, both we and our users launch our applications on some devices anytime, right? This is why access to hardware features is also quite important if we want to say that this application feels like native, so it uses these media capabilities, it can use these sensors like without any, let's say, intermediate layers that might decrease performance. So let's check what's going on there. Good. So let's go through these categories, and I will list some APIs available for web applications, web front-end applications. And if we have some time, I will show you a couple of my applications and maybe some third-party ones, just to demonstrate how that works in the real world. To be on the edge, on the bleeding edge of the technology, I recommend you to first use canary versions of the browsers. It's a very good idea for developers to have both stable version installed and canary version installed. And we have canary versions both for Google Chrome and for Microsoft Edge. And we do even one step forward towards new technologies. In Canary, you can even enable some extra flags. And on this slide, maybe it's not large font enough, but I can tell you that here I listed all available flags related to PWA, and yeah, this is quite a few. So it's more than 10, and this is snapshot from maybe half a year ago. So maybe even more. Experiments are available for us developers to test, debug, implement some features that might appear in production. So not all of these experiments will go to stable versions of the browsers, and not all of them go exactly in the form like they are now. It's experiments after all, but still very good idea to follow what's going on there. So my strong recommendation: install Canary version of the browser, either Edge or Chrome, and enable all flags related to PWA. And of course, there is one more important flag called experimental web or web platform experiment, something like this, quite generic, which that enables more awesome features. And of course, the fact that we have everything running on our local dev machine doesn't mean that our users can get the same experience. And it's not about asking users to enable these flags. There are different mechanisms for us to test features without asking any explicit actions from the user side. Of course, I'm talking about origin trial. But yeah, it's again a bit out of scope of today's session. Just a reminder for you: don't ignore origin trials. What's possible for us, for web developers, web front-end developers, to optimize, to control everything related to installation and run or launch of our application? First, let's iterate about criteria. What does it mean to? What will it take for us, from us, to have our web application installable? Well, we have to provide some meta information about the application in the form of web app manifest. It's a JSON formatted file followed web app manifest specification, and we'll refer to this file many times in the rest of the session. And also, one more important thing: we have to have service worker, and not just a random one, but with event handler fetch. And that's it for today. Earlier, folks who build Chromium engine tried to come up with even more strict criteria that your code from fetch event of service worker should return something with status 200, but experiments show that not all of the websites are ready yet to follow this criteria. So now it's rolled back to these just two options: correct web app manifest and correct service worker with fetch event handler. And then your users will see some hint in address bar that this application is installable. And yeah, maybe at the end of the session, I will demonstrate how that looks. Correct web app manifest. Yes, there are some obligatory fields you have to have, and maybe what you see as example, it's even a bit extended set of this field. So I here listed, let's say, all mandatory ones, plus some extra that really, let's say, get user experience on a proper level. So it's name of the application, it's short name of the application for the cases when there is no enough space for full name. For example, on mobile devices, short name is in use. Couple of options about how that looks: background color and the window mode, and of course icons. If we want to call something an application, we have to provide an icon, or even better, icon set, because we can have, let's say, different layer of detailization of what we have on this particular icon for different screen sizes. Very convenient tool. And what will we have there if we created all these things correctly? As I mentioned, users will see a corresponding icon in the address bar, and then if they click it, they will see installation prompt. On Windows systems, they will have some extra dialog where they can provide some extra parameters, including auto launch of this application on operating system start. And then your application takes its proud place in overall list of applications you have installed on this particular machine. So you can find it in add or remove features dialog, and you can, for example, uninstall it from there. and you can tune some parameters like opening a window, like starting application on operating system start. Next, shortcuts. It's quite convenient for desktop users, for like non-mobile users, to have some extra ways to launch the application. And it's quite often when we right-click on some app, and instead of just straightforward launch of the application, we have some direct ways to this or that feature of the app. Now it's also available for the web apps. Using the same file, same web app manifest, we can have list of these shortcuts where we provide name. We can have separate icon for that, and of course we provide exact URL, like where to lead the users who used this shortcut. So this will look something like that in this case. So on the right click, you will have some extra options to start your application. Yeah, I hope that we'll be able to have simple demo at the end of the slides. And launch mode, multiple options are also available. Like, do we want to start second instance of the application as a separate window, or do we want to just redirect user to a window we have already opened, if we have? And of course, we can catch all the launch parameters in our JavaScript code. So if we want to fine-tune somehow launch experience, all these APIs, all these methods are available for us now. And by the way, before I forgot to mention, maybe you noticed that I call my web app manifest file in this samples site.webmanifest. So here for this session, I decided to follow exact specification of web app manifest that says that extension like should be web manifest, not JSON, like maybe 90% of the websites have now, but web manifest. Not a big difference. At least I didn't notice any difference after I changed from JSON to a web manifest in my projects. It just works, and it's always nice to have this feeling that you follow the latest version of the standard. But if you want to rename your manifest from something JSON to something web manifest, make sure that your web server is okay with proper MIME type for that extension. And MIME type is still application JSON. So under the hood, this is still JSON format. Okay, that's a small technical detail. Let's move on. We have windowing as part of our nativeness story. What do we have here for web application? It all starts with mode of window, and multiple options are available here. It's controlled via property called display in web app manifest. Plus, in the latest specifications, we also have such a thing like display override, and let's say this is place where we can list some newer window modes supported by the most modern browsers. And if the browser is a bit outdated, it will just ignore this display override property and will fall back to display, so to like more conservative one. In display override, we can go for some let's say cutting edge options, like the one you see on this example, window control overlay. It's a mode where we can add some UI elements straight into the title bar of the application. Like this. So we can, for example, put some extra I don't know, buttons or texts or something we want to have in the title bar, because yeah, maybe we want to utilize 100% of the window we have, and it's okay to have some small UI elements there, like you see on that example. From technical side, we have some extra CSS variables available for us as developers and corresponding JavaScript API, so we can make sure that we position these UI elements precisely, exactly there where we want to position them. Status bar options, yeah, not so much to say about that. We can just disable status bar for our applications. Maybe these things that pops up, for example, when you hover over link and on the status bar area, doesn't look natively for let's say platform native application, so we can just disable this using flags, and no need to have something in the code. And tabbed experience, we have now a separate mode called tabbed, and here we try to leverage power of browser UI. And yeah, of course, we here talk about these tabs we all know and all users know, and not a secret that many native applications also have some UIs powered by tabs, and not to reinvent something separately, not to reinvent our own engine for tabs like JavaScript and CSS to reproduce these tabs. We can now use the native ones provided by the browser. So we have to use special display mode, and then there is special checkbox on the installation. But this feature is very experimental, and this screenshot shows that yes, you can get some tabs in your application, like native tabs, but it's not let's say completely ready yet. So for example, I have some text intersecting with the tab. I didn't dive too deep into how to fix this. Just maybe this is current state of the browser, but this will definitely be fixed in the next versions, but it's nice to keep in mind that we don't need to recreate the tabs using our tools. We can use what browser have for us. Nice. Next category of integrations is about outbound integrations. And here I listed 3 APIs that I consider to be the ones from this category, and we start from Web Share API. This is quite mature API, so it's with us for a few years, and it's in production, I believe, in all browsers, even including the ones based on WebKit. And this is a very convenient way for us to provide possibility to share particular part of the application, or URL of the application to be precise, using some native tools provided by operating system, either Windows or iOS. The dialogues of sharing, of course, will be different in any case because they are native, they are attached to particular operating system, but the way to invoke this dialog is unified, and you just use navigator.share, and that's pretty much it. You provide name, you provide description, you provide URL, and then you outsource everything else to operating system. What kind of dialog will it show? What kind of sharing targets will be there? Is it like Twitter or Facebook or GitHub? Like what installed on this particular device? We don't know, and we don't want to know. So we just gave this opportunity to share. What happens next? We can only get status. Was it successful or not? So this is very, very convenient. Again, not to reinvent all these dialogues, not to reinvent all these connections with shared targets. Then picking contacts straight from the device, also very nice and convenient feature. Every operating system has its own way to natively store contacts, like address book, something like this, and we can now access this data straight from our JavaScript code, again in very unified form. How exactly this dialog will look like, what are possibilities to pick the contacts, again, we don't know. We just want to call this dialog, and we just want to get some data back from this dialog, and the rest is really native. So, for example, this is how it looks, I believe, on Android operating system. And last but not least, access to file system. This is maybe a bit scary API where you can access your files from your file system of operating system straight from JavaScript code. Of course, there are lots of security and privacy considerations, but it's a fact. Now you can build applications with direct access to file system. And maybe the most visible and most obvious example is vscode.dev. Maybe you heard about the fact that VS Code is now available in your browser. Actually, it was initially built using web technologies, but and wrapped by Electron to have this installation experience. But now you can just open address vscode.dev and you click button open folder, and this is exactly where you provide access to file access API as a user. Maybe we also can demonstrate this. Of course, it doesn't happen without explicit consent from the user side. But yeah, we have now possibilities both to save file, open file, and same for directories. We are moving forward. Inbound integrations, the ways to bring some data into our app. We can start with this one, protocol handler. Now we can register our very own protocol. So instead of HTTP or HTTPS, we type something our very own. Like in my example, this is web plus BPM, then : / and any parameters. This will launch the application that register this protocol handler via site web manifest when it was installed. That's really awesome, and this is something that was available, for example, on mobile devices only for native applications. So now it's available for the web as well. So this is a sample how, for example, I launch one of my apps. So you see, this is not HTTPS anymore. This is my very custom protocol. Then capturing the links. We can sorry, go back. We can explain how to process, how to proceed when users type HTTPS, our website name, something. And in that sense, we can either launch new instance of installed progressive web applications or just redirect to existing one. Then a bit more complex thing, URL handlers. This is about integration of our application into some third-party application. Just imagine that in native email client, instead of opening outgoing links in the browser, they will be opened in your particular application. Of course, if this application was installed on the user's device. It's a bit more complex in terms of configuration, and it requires support from both sides, because this is something that directly affects, let's say, security. So And your application and this third-party application has to know about each other to, I don't know, not to give possibility to open the links to some random players, random actors, maybe bad ones. But yeah, it's an interesting possibility. It deserves a bit more exploration. And file type handlers. This is, for example, of my application that registers itself like a default handler for MP3 files. So in operating system, I see something.mp3, I double click, and instead of opening some native application, my PWA starts, and I receive information about file name that was, or file names in corresponding parameters, so I can do some actions in my JavaScript code. And share target. I already introduced share API, but this is share target API. This is the integration point where we can register our application as something where other applications can share their data too. A bit mind-blowing, but just imagine that in the list of where to share this particular URL, there'll be Twitter, Facebook, and your application. This is where you where and how you register your application as share target. And of course, again, in your JavaScript code, you can get all information about what exactly was shared with your application, and how to process what exactly you want to do with this data. If we talk about notifications, let's briefly iterate what's possible there. So web push API, also very mature one, and maybe yeah, you all experienced some notifications going from web apps. Maybe you built this experience yourself as a developer. Maybe one point to mention here, that the main blocker for implementing web push notifications was lack of support on iOS devices and iPad OS devices. Now it's changing. No official statement from Apple yet, but Twitter is full of tweets about, hey, we see some activity around web push on WebKit repo, and if I remember correctly, in the latest technical preview of Safari, you can even register for push notifications. It's not fully working yet, but it's definitely positive sign, and this could be super huge game changer for all PWA story. Of course, positive one. Badging, another way to notify user, not by pop-up or like dialogue, but by showing some number of unread messages over the icon. Yeah, APIs are available now in JavaScript, so we can now delight or bother our users by some, let's say, actions they might want to do with, for example, number of unread messages or unanswered emails or whatever. And another API also directly related to notifications is notification triggers, when we can have experience very similar to web push notifications, but not invoked from our backend, not invoked from the internet, let's say like this, where we can schedule some notification for the future time, and thanks to power of service worker, we don't need that application is running at this time. So this way we can build, for example, web front-end based alarm clocks. If we briefly iterate over background tasks available for us, yeah, I have a separate technical session diving deeper into the details. Now I can just I just want to say that it's all available, at least in Chromium-based browsers. All this scheduled code starts and everything related with some things in the background. So here I just want to say that tooling is very good, and we have separate part of DevTools that helps us to notice what's going on with our background tasks. Otherwise, it's super challenging to test and debug. So this is, after all, something that happens in background and something happens in maybe unpredictable moments of time. So that's really good that we have chance to record all these events. And access to hardware, I just want to list all these dozens of APIs available for us to use straight from JavaScript code. Where to follow all this latest and the greatest updates? We have such a tool like Fugu Tracker. And if we filter by PWA, you'll find quite a few APIs ready, or not ready, but let's say planned. And some of them are ready and shipped to stable versions of the browsers. Some of them are only having explainers and gathering feedback. Some of them are available under the flag. Some of them are available as origin trials. So Fugu Tracker is the best way to follow this. And more sources for you to keep an eye on what's going on in this quite a bleeding edge area of web front-end development is corresponding incubator of Web Standards Group. And origin trials list there is also very well attached to this integration endpoints of web application and operating system. Okay, so where are we? Are we there with native web or not? I just want to list one more time these categories of integrations we have now with web front-end and operating system and hardware. Everything related to installation and run, how we actually package our UI into this or that kind of window, all things to communicate from our application to operating system and vice versa, all the ways to notify our dear users, and improving user experience by running some tasks in the background, and access to hardware. I invite you all folks to join Progressive Web Apps community. I recently started on Twitter, though this is a very experimental one. And the communities, like Twitter native communities, is in beta mode, so you have a chance to join this community first and influence how that works, influence what to post there, and share all your thoughts about PWA there also, and of course about Web App Manifest, about all these integrations I mentioned. Yeah, before I say thank you, I think we have maybe a couple of minutes for the demo. Let me exit full screen, and maybe let me remove this window. Yes, so first thing I want to show you is this one. This is Chrome Edge. Oh, sorry, mix everything, right? This is Microsoft Edge, and this is address where we can have a list of PWAs installed. So in addition to the operating system native dialog on adding, removing programs, we also can get our installed applications, progressive web applications here. And this is a completely new design for this, so you can use either list or grid. And you can check details about particular application. You can pin to start. So somehow I lost all the icons here, so maybe let me start. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so this is a very convenient way to track your applications. Now let me demonstrate one of the PWAs I created. This one called BPM Techno, and this is nothing but counter of BPMs or beats per minute. It's useful tool for DJing. So when I start listening, so it listens to audio stream on the fly and calculates BPM. So yeah, so now it tries to give some guess on my speech, on my narrative. Of course, it doesn't make any sense. But you see, it looks like a native app, like no address bar and some extra options. That's interesting experience. To demonstrate controls that you can put right here on title bar, I can show you the application created by my colleague Diego, who is actually author of this progressive apps logotype. So what you see here is this button, hide title bar. This is how Diego use possibility to put some controls right into the title bar. Also looks really interesting. API of sharing, I can demonstrate to you using this application. I created this one. It's an alternative way to navigate Microsoft Learn resource. And yeah, once you found your favorite learning path, you can post it on social media. This is where I call this native sharing dialog, and you see that some social, not actually social providers, but some apps registered, including my BPM Techno again, including PWA logo printer, because they registered themselves as a share target. So this is actually 2-in-1 demo: share API and share target API. Code-wise, you can check full web app manifest of, for example, my BPM counter application. I believe this is the most complete web app manifest you could ever find on the internet. So I tried to literally use everything what I found, what's possible in this specification. Yeah, including even rating ID. So I submitted this application to have a rating, and including links to this application on application stores. And yeah, it's again a bit out of scope of today's session, but from my BPM counter app, I created 2 native applications, like with native wrappers for Google Play and for Microsoft Store. So you can find it there. And I'm not Android developer, I'm not Windows native developer. I just used a tool called PWA Builder to literally provide URL of the app and to get all the package that I deployed to corresponding stores. So strongly recommended, folks, for you to check. This is how we register share target. This is how we register MP3 extension to be opened by this installed application. This is how we register protocol. Some screenshots. I'm not sure that this field is available for the during installation on any other platform than Android currently, but hopefully we'll have better installation experience with showing screenshots. This is the way I provide shortcut, this right click for the application, and yeah, all the rest of meta information. So feel free to explore this BPM counter. Yep. Now, what's next? Let me close this, and even this. And go back here, join community, please, and Time for me now to say thank you very much for your attention, and let's stay connected. Follow me on Twitter, WebMaxRU. If any questions, I am super happy to answer. Otherwise, just ping me on Twitter. Okay, folks, then have a beautiful Saturday and good luck with the rest of the conference. Thanks for having me. Let's keep in touch. By the way.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. Days, no matter what industry you're in, you need tech relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have it spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is on your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry. Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All of these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Oh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us. It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Labo 8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo 8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Labo 8. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a
Hello, everybody. We'll start in 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining the session. I think that we can start. It's already 4:30 E-time, so let's start. So, hello, my name is Radu Vulea, and for the next 45-50 minutes, we'll talk about the monster under the bed, over-engineering the cloud. I don't know about you, but personally, I've been involved and also have done sometimes over engineering, and the hardest thing is to identify when you are doing that and to find the right limits and what that means. Now, before going forward, I would like to thank you for all the sponsors that make this event possible, and thank you for supporting JSTalks. And we hope that you will support us also in the future. My name is Radu Vulea. I'm working for Endava. I'm also Microsoft Azure MVP and Regional Director. But what is the most important thing here is that my first production solution on Azure went live in 2010. And from that moment on, I started to play and to work with Azure especially, and also with AWS. If you have any kind of question during the session, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I will try to tackle them during the presentation or at the end. Also, after the session, if you want to have a talk with me to chat about the cloud, about over engineering, or anything else, you can you can write me on Twitter or on LinkedIn. Radu Vulea, you will be able to find me very easily. Now, let's think about cloud projects and let's try to identify what is the main cause. What is the main causes that are triggering a fail of the project? And the truth is that in most of the cases, a project fail because the estimations are not reliable, or because the cost to do the implementation, to build a solution, or even to do the operational part of the solution that are built are not good enough. You might have been involved in the project in different phases, and during an RFP or during the initial phases, when the vision, when the technical solution is designed, a small team of senior technical people are providing an estimation, let's say 9 months. Once the team is starting to work and they start to work on the project, they realize that it is impossible to implement that in 9 months. We need at least 14 months or 15 months and so on. And you ask yourself, okay, what happened? What happened from the initial estimation to the one that is provided by the technical team that is doing the implementation? What happened from moment A to moment B? Sometimes the requirements might change, and that's perfectly fine. This is why we have the assumptions. Based on the assumption, we can identify exactly if the scope modify or change, and we can update more easily the effort required and so on. What else can happen? Well, another thing that can happen is that from the high-level architecture and vision until we start the implementation, or during the moment when we are doing the implementations, also other things are changing. Like, for example, the technical solution. Initially, somebody maybe is thinking that, well, we will use Azure monitoring to collect, do the queries over the logs, audit, and so on. And during during the refinement phase, somebody said, well, we should use also application insight or other services, or we also should do an integration with the on-prem system and things like that. And these kind of things are not all the time only change of scope, because in the end you can build a solution only with Azure monitoring or only with application insight and so on. But basically all of these are bringing to the project more complexity that can create that deviation from the initial estimation. Cost optimization is the primary reason for around half of the enterprise cloud migration project. And what does this mean? Well, first of all, it means that in most of the cases, when somebody is deciding to migrate, to do an adoption to the cloud, he's doing because he wants to do some cost optimization. He wants to reduce the cost. Maybe the cost of the operation, maybe the running cost. But they have this in mind to be able to reduce the cost. And to be able to do that, they need to have the right tool and they need to be able to track all the effort necessary. 60% of the cloud-based solutions are over-engineered with at least 30%. And when you realize that you already done an over-engineered, or a project is more than it should be, is usually once you go in production or when you're very close to production and you realize why we are using that kind of service, why we are using, for example, for workloads processing, we are using Kubernetes, Azure Functions, for example, and also web apps. Why we are not using one type of computing? In other cases, you might realize that there are so many storages and storage types that you are using, and you think about, okay, why we have all of them? What is the main purpose? What I mean by that, over-engineering is not only referring on the how we write code, how we do implementation. Also, from in the cloud perspective, also it might refer, and is also referring to the number of services, the complexity of the cloud solution that we are building. And we need to take into account all the context, all the things that the customer expects, his effort, his budget, and even the life cycle of the application. If you are building an application that will need to run only for Christmas holiday for this year, and in 1st of January it will be thrown away, doesn't make sense sometimes to have all that complexity that you're building for a system that will run in the next 5 or 10 years, and you take care about all the best practices and all the things that would enable the teams to shift, to change the people and things like that. So what is my main mission for the next 40 minutes? My main mission in this session is to make us to think outside the box. There are a lot of recommendations, there are a lot of best practices, but we need to know exactly which one are relevant in our context, which one we should take care and we should use, and the ones that are nice to have, but in our context, especially if the life cycle of the application is very short, might not be so important and so relevant. Have you ever done over engineering? If you are a developer, you might say no, never, or you might say yes, I've done it. If you work on the cloud projects, also you might even done it because and you might not even realize it. And nowadays, with the high number of cloud services that are provided by each CSP, especially, there's a big overlap between them. It's so hard to identify the exact service, the exact collection of services that would respond to your own need. And it's very, very hard. I'm just remembering a story a few years ago. I was involved in a project where out of the shelf, The internal communication was built over Azure Service Bus. Things were pretty nice. Nobody complained about that. There were some work from the implementation point of view. After that, the solution went live, and I was doing a cloud review on that solution. Everything was going through topics, through subscriptions. It was, I would say, a state of the art from the ESB point of view, from the messaging point of view. And I said, okay, that's pretty nice. Now let's say what kind of services are used to run the workloads. And guess what? Everything was running inside an app service. And in that app service, even if the messages were sent from one thread to another, everything was happening on the same processing unit. What I mean by that everything, for example, took around 1 or 2 seconds, and in the end, to avoid having the loops between different computation units, they made it to run in the same box, meaning that with or without the ESB, in that case, the solution would be the same. Now, I found this picture a few months ago, and for me, for the topic that we are talking now, it was a very, very good match. And this is the 3 types of engineers that I would say that we have on the market, and in most of the cases, it's very easily to identify when you have 1 or 2 people in the team that are part of from the engineers from the right side. So first of all, we have the balanced engineers, and it's very easy to work with them. Everybody is happy. They have a clear delimitation between the hardware, the engineering part, the design, and the user, and they know exactly on which area they can influence, they can improve. And when they have ideas about how you can improve the user experience and the design side, they basically go to the right person that is responsible for the design or is part of the design team, and they are talking with them. And that's awesome. In the middle, we have the with self-absorbent cave dwelling engineers, and they basically, what they're trying to do, they're trying to extend their area of or influence and their opinion as much as possible in the design of all the application, not only on the component and on the system that they are working, but everywhere. And you start to feel that there are some patterns that they're trying to put, they're trying to repeat over and over again. And the third one, we have the narcissist one, that is very egocentric and sociopathetic, where they're trying to do the full over engineering, to add the extra complexity, to, for example, to try to decouple the system, the services as much as possible, even if irrelated from the business use cases and from the needs. There doesn't make sense to do something like that. Very similar, we can see the same behavior when we are talking about cloud, when we're talking about services, and so on. At the beginning of the session, I said that it's nowadays pretty hard to decide exactly what kind of cloud service you want to use, because there's a big overlap. So this map of grouping the services, if there are storage, computation, and the database, was done in April this year. And as you can see, for example, we have in total on Azure 263 different services, on AWS 212, and on GCP 183, from which for Azure, 20 of them are on the computation part. On AWS, we have 13, and on GCP, we have 10. For the database, the same. For storage, the same. And now my question is the following. If you want to build, for example, a serverless or a container-based or a container-based solution, what kind of service you should use? If we, for example, take and analyze all of them, the one that you could use to run a serverless solution or a Docker container, in total, only on Azure, you would have 30 different services that are capable to do that. Serverless or a container. For AWS, you have 17. For GCP is 22. So it's very easy to do, even in this case over engineering, because which one from that 20 services best suit your needs? And now let's take a look on the case study. And let's imagine that we are building an API that is used to track activity of user on their corporate devices. Meaning, for example, you're tracking how long they are keeping their phone unlocked, how often they are charging the battery, and things like that. It is the corporate device and so on. Now, what is the load, or what is the expectation of the usage of the API and the solution that you are building behind the scene? You will have in total around 1,000 users. Because the organization is across 2 different regions, US and EU, the number of active users all the time will be around 300. This is the average expectation. And the maximum number of users will be 600. They are not so much. Basically, we'll end up with a normal line of business application. The users, most of them are located in UK, but also there are some cases when you have people that are moving, and also you have the other team that are based in US or EU. The number of calls per active users is around 4 hours, and the maximum can be 10. You need to go live in 8 weeks. The budget is one team, is that you have budget for only one team. And after you are discussing with the stakeholders and you do some refinements, what you find out, and this is a very important information, even if they are based in UK, US, and EU, only the users from UK are 1,000, and only them will use the application. So there you already have some clarification, and you already know from where the workload will be. How you design the application? Well, you have 8 weeks. You have one team. First of all, you are putting an Azure container instance in the middle to be able to run the Docker images. You also are taking into account and you're planning to use also Azure Functions to be able to execute the short request. Also, on top of that, you are putting an API management to be able to support versioning, also to be able to expose a consistent API and hide everything that is behind the scene. To be able to do the traffic, you are deciding to use Azure Traffic Manager, and to store the activity of the users and so on, you are putting on Azure Cosmos DB. After that, you realize that there are some files and the logs and so on. So you are starting to use Azure Storage. Okay, it looks pretty nice and it should be pretty simple, right? What else you need to take into account? CI/CD, automation, such as a code. Also, you need application insight and application monitoring for being able to do the cloud ops and to be able to do the management part of the system. Also, you need some networking, security, access, and the authorization part. And it's pretty clear that also you need some access policies. On top of that, discussing with the customer, you end up with a DevOps vision where you need 5 different environments. You have in total 8 different services, 12 different functions, and you promise to the customers that you will implement the auto scaling because you are working on cloud and very easily to do that. Sorry, I just dropped my pen. Now, in theory, looks very good. It looks very nice, but you have a big problem with the time and with the effort. Being able to implement something like that, this with a Scrum team, with a team, or with a team, let's say with three developers, one tester, maybe one DevOps, or half of the DevOps, and maybe 50% having a Scrum Master or a project manager. It's pretty challenging to be able to do all of this in 4 weeks. And also there are some things that might not be required. And think about the biggest challenge, and the thing that customers specify is that they are based in UK. The average is 300 people, maximum is 600. There are around 1,000 people that are accessing, and you need to deliver in 8 weeks times. It might be a little bit of over-engineering here, and let's do a step back. Let's try to understand a little bit what are the things that we could replace or do a little bit different to be able to deliver the system, a working system, in 8 weeks time with only one team. First of all, let's take a look on Azure Container Instances. And the reality is that after you are discussing with the team, you realize that the team that is allocated and will do the implementation have no microservices experience. It means that in that 8 weeks times, you will also have the learning curve of the team, and that's pretty risky. After that, you are planning to use Azure Functions, and the team that you want to use have no experience with Azure Functions. They have no hands-on. They heard about that. They know what is serverless. Things should go pretty smooth. But they have no experience. So the risk of having troubles and issues are pretty high. Also, the team have very good experience with PostgreSQL, but no experience with Azure Cosmos DB. And this will be pretty tricky because you have a team that is very good with Postgres, but no experience with Cosmos DB. So being able to deliver it will be pretty hard. What else? You decided to use Azure Traffic Manager. Even if all the people that would use their devices and basically will do the calls to the API are based in UK. So do you really need a global? Do you really need to use a service that basically is managing the traffic and routing at global level? In this case, no, you wouldn't need this. Oh, you might say, well, there's no development effort. No, it isn't. But nevertheless, it automatically generates extra effort for the automation and for the DevOps team. Secondly, you will have a monthly cost that doesn't make sense to pay at this moment in time if you don't need a global distribution, and if you are only using only one Azure and only one Azure region, and if there will be some issues and somebody needs to do the tracking what happened to a call, it's more simple to have a direct call to the API management and to different resources versus also to flow through Azure Traffic Manager. So you have the biggest constraint, the time and the budget, and you need to decide very cautious what you want to do. And also one more thing that we were not able to see in this diagram very clear, that there were no security in infrastructure design. So nobody talked about how you will put everything in place, how you will hide from the public internet, and so on. Another way how you can do that, and more straightforward, is the following. Have the API management and use the API management. Behind the API management to have Azure Web Apps, and as database to use Azure database for Postgres. All the technology stack is already known by the team, so the learning curve is much lower. Also, in parallel to that, to be able to do the automation, you are putting Azure DevOps that is well integrated with all the Azure services. And yes, you need to take care about the keyword to be able to store the secrets, Also, you will need a VPN gateway. You also want to be able to monitor the security part and to have good insights when something is happened. So you decide to use Azure Security Center. You hide everything through a virtual network. For access and authorization, you are using Azure AD that is already integrated with the organization that needs the API. So you just create an AD app for the system that you would build. The Azure policies, even if they are very complex, you will start to use the one that the organization that require that are providing you through their center of excellence in cloud. You decide to use Azure Monitor and also Application Insight. And why you are deciding to use Application Insight is not because it's nice, but because for APIs and for HTTP requests and any kind of RESTful request, Application Insights provide you very good information at the moment in time when you need to track something. So now there's something that's more easily to be done and to be covered in 8 weeks' time. So think about from where we started, where we had a high number of services, of Azure services. We tried to use, let's say, more services that were covering the same area, and we had the effort and the time constraint that were very, very important. Now, let me put a rhetorical question. How easy is for us to go over or beyond what we really need? And why I'm asking this? Because at this moment in time, when we're building a cloud solution, in most of the cases, we can do or we can identify a service that would cover our business requirement from infrastructure as a service type service, from platform as a service, or from a software as a service. And how easy is for us to decide exactly from which type of service we would need to use? Should I go only with infrastructure as a service? Should I go with software as a service? And so on. Especially for the migration part, when we have a fixed budget and a time constraint, services that are closer to infrastructure as a service might help us to reduce the initial effort to go live as soon as possible. When we go in a migration with services that are software as a service or closer to platform as a service, the integration, the effort that is required to be able to modify the current system to go and to be able to go in production, to go live, is much, much higher. So we need to be careful at that moment what kind of services, and we can have even visions or to design a strategy where initially we are starting with specific services because of the time constraint, and the plan is after 2 or 3 iterations, a part of that system to be replaced by a platform as a service or even by a software as a service. If, for example, we are taking a look on how many types of or on how many ways we can run a workload, we have so many options that are available. We have the virtual machines, we have different clusters, we have the containers, we can do self-host, we can decide to do a web hosting, we have the serverless part, or even we can go and decide to use an out-of-the-shelf service that also is providing us support to run some workloads behind the scene. So we need to be very careful and to find the right balance between what we really need and what kind of service we decide to integrate and to use for it. Let's go now a step forward and let's talk about automation and self-service. And I think that this topic is very important because one of the most common things that we are seeing nowadays for any type of project that is covering any area, even if it's a small project or a large project, a standard requirement and The standard vision that we have for automation for DevOps is the following. We are building a full automated solution that can do automatically deployment. It can spin up any kind of resource automatically, will trigger a build and will run automatically some tests and so on. And this needs to be done in day zero, meaning that in the first sprint, everybody is expecting from the DevOps team or from the DevOps person that is in the team to be able to fulfill this requirement, meaning define the landscape, implement the security requirement, the networking part, the CI/CD, the automation, infrastructure as code, and so on. And that's almost impossible. Nobody's thinking about, okay, could we have multiple iterations? At what moment in time do we really need different parts? Also, take into account that depending on the size of the project or of the system that you are working, the level or how much you want to go in a self-service in a specific period of time can be different, and also the needs might be different. So also an over-engineering can appear very easily on this side. And let's take two different examples. On the first example, we have a simple system, the one that we were talking about, 8 weeks 8-week effort for implementation. We have 3 developers, 1 tester, and designing basically technical lead. In the second situation, we have a project that will run for 56 weeks, meaning that will run for 1 year. We have 20 developers, 5 testers, and 4 design leads. It's pretty clear from the beginning that even if there's a lot of things that you can do in both cases, the need of self-service, the need of full automation might be different. It's not the same thing what you can do in 8 weeks time and what you can do in 56 weeks time. And also depending on the size of the team, you might not need a high level of full automation and self-service if you have only 1 team with 3 developers and 1 tester, versus to have 20 developers and 5 testers plus 4 design leads that are working at the same code, building different components, and they are working together for a long period of time. Let's take here an example that could help us. Let's assume that a local file repository is used to share and save the truck insurance purchased by the drivers. Basically means that you have a fleet of trucks, let's say of 50 trucks or 75 trucks. For each of them, you have 1 or 2 drivers. And because the insurance is very expensive, and also it depends on what kind of things and where you are going with the truck and what you have behind you, your strategy is to buy a truck insurance for each trip that you have, and the driver is doing this manually or automatically when he's starting to load the truck with different materials and so on. At the moment in time when the driver is buying the insurance, he's doing a photo of the insurance, and he's uploading the photo to a local file repository, from where you will have the archive. Also, there are some people from financial and from insurance that will process it, and so on. Now, until then, how you would do that? Basically, you would have a simple FTP that is basically an SFTP that is exposed to the internet. Each driver have a username and password, and his user has full access for write operations. The solution was very simple. Under the manager desk in the office, there was the server with a large hard disk inside that, and everything went well. Now they want to move to the cloud. They want to redesign their solution to improve a bit how things are going, because sometimes the internet connection from their main office goes down, or the cleaning woman is shutting down the computer, the server, when she is cleaning the floor. Well, for these kind of things, we can design a solution pretty nice, right? Well, first of all, we have the blob storage where they can put the insurance. Also, because they need to keep it for a long period of time, we are starting to think about an archive storage. On top of that, we are putting Azure Functions, because to be able to process the image, to improve the colors and the quality of the photo. And also, we are putting a Cosmos DB to be able to track the driver who bought it, when was bought, who uploaded, and also to extract some information from the insurance. On top of that, we are putting a user interface that can be accessed from the browser, from where the driver can upload the insurance, add additional information, and so on. And on top of that, because we have some static content and the drivers are driving all across Europe, also we are putting some CDN. Sounds pretty nice, right? Nevertheless, the truck company, they were thinking also to invest only 5,000 euros for this improvement. And to implement all of this with only 5K would be almost impossible with the CI/CD and DevOps testing and so on. But still, they need to resolve the problem, their business need. And there are so many other solutions, and we are forgetting about there are some simple solutions that we can use without even doing too much. For example, in this case, you could only replace the current on-prem SFTP with Azure Files, from where the drivers can do the same thing, uploading the content. And you might say, well, it's not good because it's exposed to the internet and like that. Yes, even so, until then, the things were done the same, and also the people from the office and the system that they are working, all of them are also processing the files that you were uploading, the blobs. So they were not able to look inside the Cosmos DB and in any other location. So to be able to resolve the business problem, the only thing that they would need to make them happy would be an Azure Files, from where the driver will be able to upload their insurance. Nothing more than that. Now, we talked a lot about DevOps, about automation, and so on. And I have a question for all of you. Do you reuse your templates? If we are thinking from the development point of view, we can find a lot of content on the internet. For example, for the ORM part, for example, like Entity Framework or Spring, you can find different templates that you can use and so on. For the automation side, for infrastructure as a code, are you using your templates? I'm more than sure that you will say yes. We are reusing them. Also, we have the one from different open source projects that are publicly available and so on. And this is great. I think that the hardest thing that we need to be aware of when we are using the template is the following. What is the garbage? What is the extra complexity that we are bringing with the templates when we are using over and over again for multiple projects? Because on each project we are in most of the cases we are modifying the template to be able to add the extra functionality that a specific project required in the idea that we will use it in the future. And I found an interesting pattern here. So, and what I mean by that, a template of shared a repository for shared templates usually lifetime is around, I would say, 3 or 4 years. And after that, the team decide to start from scratch. And why? Because the garbage, the extra complexity that is brought by each project also force the template to be modified, made the template too complex to be able to modify it. Another thing that I would like to make us aware of when we're talking about templates and over engineering and so on is that if you're working on a product company, that's fine. You can reuse the templates very, very easily. But if you're working on an ISV, on an IT service company that is providing IT services to different organizations, to different enterprises, and so on, you should be very careful how you are using the templates across different customers. Do you know why? Why it is very, very important? Why it is important to be careful? Because in most of the cases, how the contracts are done is the following: the organization, the company for which you are delivering services, IT services, owns all the IPs from that project, including the CI/CD, infrastructure as code, and so on. Meaning that at the moment in time when you are extracting here a template and you are copy paste the template to your main, let's do it here, to your main reusable template, the owner of the IP is the initial company. So this is why I'm saying that you should be very careful how you are using it, at what level, and you should agree all the time with the customer that he's allowing you to do this. Otherwise, for each customer, you should start from scratch, with only one exception: if you don't start to use from the beginning an open source repository for this kind of templates. So, when we are building the templates that can be reusable and can help us to not reinvent the wheel over again, we should ensure that they are clean. And not only that we are writing clean, but also we are keeping as simple and as clean as possible. We should refactor them as much as possible, thinking about to make them more simple, and also think about the open source part. Can I make them open source? Can I join already an open source repository where I could push them or to improve the existing one, and make them as generic as possible? But when you're going on the direction of too generic, then you're losing the flavor and the value for specific needs. And this is why when we're talking about generic, it's very good to take into consideration not only to be generic, but also maybe to have a specialization in a specific industry. For example, reusable templates for healthcare, or for financial, or for automotive, and so on. And why? Because each of these industries have specific needs, has specific requirements that would need to be implemented and to be supported for all the projects in their industry domain, but will not be applicable in other cases. And especially when you're talking about and you're taking into account the compliance part, this is pretty important. Now, what are the final thoughts, or what we should take from this session? We should first of all be aware of the time, and we should ensure that we don't give ourselves enough time to think. We give ourselves too much time to think. And what I mean by that is that sometimes we are trying to think too much, and we're trying to build a system as complex as possible. Nevertheless, the requirements and the customer expectation are much simple. This is why when we are doing the translation from business requirements to technical requirements, we should ensure that we are building not only the right system, but a system that match as close as possible to the customer needs. And if we want to do something more than that, we should go to the customer, explain what we are thinking about, and to ensure that not only he wants it, because most of the case he will say, yes, yes, I want it, but also to ensure that he has the budget to be able to support that, and there's a positive impact on his business. And a good example here is when you're talking about availability and failover. If you go onto a customer and he knows that, for example, availability on on-prem system is for him it's 80%. On the system that he wants to build, he say, well, availability of 90%, and if my system is down for 24 hours, there's no business impact, even for end customers. And you go to him and you propose to him, well, we can build a system with 99.999 availability. He will say, yes, yes, I want to have that system. But with what cost? What is the extra effort that he needs to pay? And what will be the impact on the complexity of the system that you are building to be able to support that? Is there a positive impact on his business? If yes, then yes, you can do that. If not, or it is too less, or there are other things that that can be done to improve his business and the value that you're bringing to the business, then also take the others into account. And also think twice on how you match the customer needs to cloud services. There are so many services that are covering the same area, the same type of functionality, that's now super hard, I would say, to decide which one you should go. It's very common if you Bing on Google or Google on Bing, or you ask Siri, there are so many type of articles about service A versus service B, vendor A versus vendor B, or service A versus service B versus service C, D, and E. All of them are covering the same thing, are very, very similar, and you ask yourself, okay, which one I should use? Which one is best for the things that I need? Thank you. Thank you for listening me. We have some time now for questions, if you have any kind of questions. Also, later on, if you want to have a talk with me or you have additional questions, drop me a line on Twitter or LinkedIn. And also, the slides will be made available in a few hours on LinkedIn and Twitter. Thank you.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Interior designers do a lot. Sketching, designing.
A lot of meetings, I'm on site a lot.
I think a lot of people think we paint walls.
Sorry.
Time is really valuable.
Ordering and deliveries.
Oh, schedules.
Charts, emails, spreadsheets.
All these are taking so much time out of the creative part of the work.
Worst thing.
Ooh, spreadsheets.
Way too many emails.
I hate spreadsheets.
I hate spreadsheets.
The world that we're moving into is about empowering people, giving back time.
I can work on a project and then have the other side of the world in another office working on it.
Clippings, they are improving the way we work.
It's taking a lot of the hard work out for us.
It's like a beautiful master schedule.
Just boom, 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 done.
Through design development to site.
It's just like everything just like comes together, and it's a really good feeling.
Being part of Labo 8 is a challenge, a journey, and a pleasure in so many ways.
The best thing about Labo 8 are the people around you. Knowing that everyone around you got your back is a pretty great feeling.
At Labo 8, you are not just an employee, you're a person that matters. And the coffee is pretty nice.
Feels cozy to work in Labo 8. Feels like a place I'm connected with, people I know, place I know.
I think that the biggest breakthrough we did as a team is to cultivate a company culture with a friendly environment. And of course, all the small and not so small problems we managed to solve for all of our customers.
Being a part of Labo8's team is like the rare feeling of being at the right place at the right time. Being surrounded by so many amazing people is awesome.
Because we always make sure we get the best ones on board.
Being a part of Labo8 is something I can easily describe with two words: pure joy.
Join Labo8. We have cookies and great products.
News UK Tech is a really dedicated team full of some amazing talent, and I think we always go above and beyond.
The thing I love most about working at News UK is that we are right on the pulse of what people are talking about across the nation, and I find that really exciting.
The biggest reason I joined News UK was the people. Like, I stepped out of every single interview going, I want to work with these guys. They just seem to have just a really wonderful culture and a way of working with each other.
I'm most proud of seeing the growth of everyone in my team. And we've built a really amazing culture that allows the individuals in my team to shine and really do their best.
Why is News UK a good place to work? Well, it's a great place to work, actually. It's the people. The people make it.
There's a real kind of energy and pace of working for a media organisation. Can be a bit crazy at times, but it's never dull.
A media business like this is a digital business. The lifeblood of that is the people that make those digital ideas come to life. You couldn't have a business now without engineers.
I like working at News UK because you're just surrounded by really smart people, and there's so many people to learn from and experts in their field that your learning curve is so steep, and every day's a school day.
If I have one ambition, it's to make our end users, who are the journalists using our tools, to feel excited by them, to say, I did something today that I couldn't do yesterday, and I reached our audience in a new way because of the tools that you and your team built.
We're affecting people's emotions, right? If you imagine sport, for example, it's passion, it's emotion. So being able to make that same kind of depth of feeling happen not just here but across the world, I like being part of that.
We are Ocado Technology, and we have been transforming online grocery through technology and automation. We build cutting-edge solutions using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics, cloud technologies, and even Internet of Things. And all of this innovation is born out of 7 development centers across the whole Europe.
The scale of Ocado's ambition is fairly breathtaking. So there's a sense of opportunity to learn, but to contribute and actually make a difference.
We've come from almost nowhere, and we found ways to solve problems that no one else in the world has managed to solve.
What I found it's unique in the Ocado culture is this passion.
The ability to experiment, to check new things.
You have the autonomy to go out and look for different solutions, new solutions. That's what the whole place is about. How can we do it better?
Stripe Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripe is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripe forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripe.
DataArt is a global software engineering firm with a uniquely human approach to solving problems. We have teams of highly trained engineers with over 20 years of experience. Everyone upholds a deep understanding of the industry sector through ongoing technology research. People first. Relationships are the foundation of long-term value generation. We hire people for the long haul. Projects change, but our employees remain with us. Commitment to people is the main and absolute value for DataArt. DataArt doesn't have a rigid hierarchy with a single leader. The flat and decentralized organizational structure is beneficial to DataArt's flexibility. DataArt's organizational structure is based around projects. We enjoy flexible schedules, vacations, and work locations, both at different developmental sales and centers, or from home. DataArt is built around people who want to earn a living using their professional skills and talents with minimal limitations on their personal freedom. A lot of people are happy to work for DataArt and stay with us for many years. They have the opportunity to learn, gain experience, and grow. Join DataArt.
Every day, we see new technologies, new usage behavior, and new competitors. Everything is constantly changing. Do we give up? Not at all. We're challenging the status quo and ourselves. We're combining the best from linear TV and digital technology. We're striving for excellence in digital product creation. We are changing the game. Because entertainment is in our DNA. We call it entertainment thinking. Driven by audience centricity, we create exciting digital entertainment experiences. We engage our audience like no other. Let's see what we've already achieved and what is still to come. Starting with Fan Worlds, we are taking our most successful TV shows and brands to the next level. We combine TV with a more immersive experience. New interactive features and digital exclusive content blend into a unique online experience. Instead of just watching, our audience becomes part of our shows. That makes us stand out from everybody else. With the new Galileo app, we have taken away traditional distribution channels. We removed linearity of consumption and distilled the very essence of the brand. With cutting-edge technology, we built an even greater experience around it. That gives Galileo its own digital channel to explain the world with a unique spin. And we've not even reached our limits. Quip is an entertainment product like we've never built before. The exciting digital format created a new genre in entertainment: interactive mobile live shows. More than 1 million app downloads, up to 60,000 concurrent players, speaks for itself. It's already a commercial success, with leading advertising brands on the platform. The new standard for engaging mobile entertainment experiences. Imagine you're sitting in the movies and close your eyes. Welcome to FIO. Narrative storytelling on the next level, but for your ears only. The most immersive audio experience you've ever had. We are setting new content standards with audio storytelling, audio blockbusters, series, documentaries, and more. It's not another podcast, but an audio app unlike any other app. It's FIO. You think that's already crazy? Wait, there is one more thing. We are ready to put a smile on people's faces with comedy they love. With Smile, our new app, you can access the humor you love fast and easy. With a unique content discovery interface that allows you to switch seamlessly between short and long-form content. Finally, we'll bring together what belongs together. Users who love to see exclusive comedy content and talented artists on the rise. We are more innovative, more uncompromising, more creative than ever before. We're always driven by our obsession to create unseen entertainment experiences for our audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is entertainment thinking.